Everyone here? Can we have a roll call, please? Oh, no, Anne Marie's left us.
Councilmember Kim. Here. Councilmember Renagi.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones. Here. Mayor Orgill.
Here. Can you please join us in the salute of the flag? Me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Closed session announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session, and there was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Are there any additions or deletions of the agenda?
We'll have some ones we'll note as each one is voted upon. We have a handful of corrections depending on what gets pulled from consent, but otherwise none.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll move on to presentations. Tonight we have a presentation from the Laguna Beach Historical Society.
Good evening, honorable council members. This is part 2 of a historical series on piers in Laguna Beach, ocean piers. Constructed from 1970 to 1971 by the Orange County Harbors, Beaches, and Parks District, Aliso Pier was made of steel reinforced concrete. Crashing waves against the pier made it popular for some local crazies to illegally jump off the tip, including my older brother, Curtis. I don't think his head was ever quite screwed on right after that. Reflecting back on how Aliso Pier functioned in comparison with the other Orange County piers, with the help of a cadre of Laguna chums and graduate school colleagues in 1974, I undertook a big seminar project to examine that matter. It was published by the state of California in its environmental impact report for the Orange County Coast Highway Widening Project. Aliso Pier is the smallest circle in this chart on the right. I don't see it up there. It'll come up in a minute. Page 4.
Oh.
There we go. See the little circles in the right side? The smallest circle represents Aliso Pier. Interviews of pier visitors were conducted at timed 1-hour intervals during weekday and weekend afternoons and evenings to determine 3 factors. Did they stroll? Did they come to stroll or to fish on the pier? And if so, how far did they travel to get there? And then finally, how many people did each pier draw in comparison to the other piers in the county? And here we can see on the next chart, percentage of anglers, that the smallest circle on the right, even though Aliso drew the smallest number of visitors, they tended to travel the greatest distances to get there in comparison to all the other piers, and constituted the largest percentage of anglers in comparison to other piers in the county, which today translates into why perhaps the marine protected area should be considered for expansion. But alas, the design for Aliso Pier was fatal from the beginning because steel reinforced concrete structures are not flexible and do not sway with the prevailing currents, which pushed against this pier about 30% of the time from the south swell and 70% of the time from the north swell. So by the early 1980s, the concrete columns started spalling or cracking open. Salt water got into the cracks, attacking the steel inside, some say akin to bone cancer. And so the Harbors, Beaches, and Parks District spent more than $1 million rejacketing some of the elegant, slender hexagonal columns with incongruent, ugly, fat concrete cylinders, which ruined the original design. But to no avail. In 1988, I convinced the Orange County Harbors, Beaches, and Parks Commission that it was time to tear it down. Because we were basically throwing good money after bad money, or bad money, yeah. And to restore Aliso Beach to its original kind of South Pacific flavor, which like most of our beaches in Laguna, get it out of the way for the skimboarding championships and to open up the views up and down the coast of our beautiful coastline. And so we budgeted a couple of $1 million to tear it down. And I left my office early, many afternoons, to go down and quote supervise, which was kind of fun, especially with no railings left on it. And it was a tricky job because the coastal treatment plant ocean outfall was right alongside the north side of the pier. So every time they pulled a pylon up, they had to make sure they didn't rip the outfall out, because that would have been pretty messy. And Laguna's own professional photographers, Tom Lamb and Greg O'Loughlin, came down and photographed the demolition process. And the pier couldn't sway and ultimately was declared structurally unsafe. And as the deterioration progressed, we installed a locked chain link gate at the entrance to keep people off of it. I had the key. Occasionally, during heavy seas, Mark Carlson, the Harbors, Beaches, and Parks South Beaches supervising ranger, who lived up in Bluebird Canyon, would call and say, "Meet me in the parking lot." We'd unlock the gate and go out to the tip, usually around midnight, and ride it like a roller coaster, leaving us with only a memory of a lost pier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric, that's such a cute picture of you, Eric. Really cute.
It was about a long time ago.
Yeah, that was great. Okay, we'll move on to public comments. Do we have anybody here that would like to comment?
Oh, on this?
No,
For items
public
not on
comment.
the agenda.
Because I. think
Items
it's,
not on the agenda.
Welcome back, Aliso. Good evening, council. I'm Alan Boynes. Slide one, please. We have slide one. Okay. So my wife and I reside at 966 Capistrano. We have concerns about new lights across from us at 1001 San Jose. I'm going to talk about light trespass into our home and ask for a code compliance review. So let's begin with the problem. Next slide, please. This is the problem. Light trespass is a code violation in Laguna. This is our living room around 2 a.m. just a few nights ago. We're not normally awake at 2 a.m. in the morning. The lights woke us up. And this is an image of our living room without lights, okay? So look closely. You could see in the center glass a star, and ships on the horizon. Stars, ships, and city lights are not seen well with the San Jose lights on. Next slide, please, 4. This is our bedroom with the lights that woke us up at 2 in the morning coming from San Jose. And you could see light source through the drapes. Okay, next slide, please. This is our bedroom as how it normally is at night. You don't see any real lights like you did with the San Jose light trespass lights. And this is what we've had for 37 years up until now, which confirms that light trespass is dependent upon exterior lighting. Now let's confirm the source. Next slide. It is 1001 San Jose. You could see these lights that were just installed on new construction that is still being built directly from us. Those are real-world lights, you see, causing real-world light trespass. Next slide, please. Laguna has an entire code section called the Good Neighbor Outdoor Lighting Code, LBMC 770, and read what's prohibited. We've got light trespass, not impact neighbor properties. Oh, we only 39 seconds. Next slide. Let's go beyond this because we also have public and private nuisance California law prohibits, okay? And let's go to the next slide. Finally, our request to have a nighttime inspection. Next slide, please. We've seen this light trespass, but now next slide. This is what is going on from 1001 San Jose. We can clearly see how it's light trespass to us. That's a clear indication. Council, I ask for staff to give us that nighttime inspection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, council, staff. Well, good evening. My name is John Stordahl. I'm a member of the city's Heritage Committee. May is Heritage Month. This annual celebration honors the history and culture of our town. The committee's involvement with Heritage Month centers on an opening night event and our historic architectural trolley tour. We begin the month's festivities with a kickoff at the Lumberyard on Thursday, May 7th. Doors open at 6:30. We chose the Lumberyard for this year's opening night event to honor the centenary of that downtown landmark. That iconic building was designed by the talented, eccentric French-born architect Jean-Louis Agasse and was built by Joe Yarhouse as the headquarters of the Laguna Beach Lumber Company. We also plan to recognize the 100th anniversary of Agasse's Crescent Bay Castle on North Coast Highway at Cajon. This impressive residence, once the architect's personal home, was, when completed in 1926, one of the first buildings that people would pass coming into town from the north on the highway. And speaking of the highway, we want to note the centennial of the completion of Coast Highway into Laguna Beach. 100 years ago, the highway was finally graded and paved and forged a permanent link between our town and the cities to the north, offering an alternative to the old Laguna Canyon Road. This milestone was marked by an automobile caravan that began in Long Beach and headed south. Seal Beach, Sunset Beach, Huntington Beach, Balboa, Newport Beach, and it finished here in Laguna at Boat Canyon. It was followed by a large public celebration headlined by Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford on October 9, 1926. The other Heritage Month event organized each year by your committee is our annual Historic Architecture Trolley Tour. This year's tour will be on Saturday, May 9th, and will celebrate the work of an early local Laguna architect, Manfred Moncrief Dahna. His career spanned 4 decades from the 20s through the 50s, and his works include the Hobie Store downtown, the Victor Hugo's, now Las Brisas, and his personal professional office, which is now occupied by Wahoo's Fish Tacos. This popular event books out quickly and is one of the most enjoyable ways to see the town and learn about the buildings that make Laguna so special. We invite council and city staff to the opening night at Lumberyard and to spend a jolly hour on the trolley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your hard work on this. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Orgel. My name is Michelle Heiberg. I'm a 36-year resident and the co-founder of Just Gather Wellness. And I'm here this evening to invite you and the entire community to our event on Friday, May 8th at Gallery Rue Toulouse on the Pacific Coast Highway. And I didn't know it was a 100th anniversary for the Pacific Coast Highway, so I'm happy to announce that as well. It's going to be an evening where we are going to share about how nature, the arts, and gratitude create inner peace. So it is an evening that will have live music, delicious food from Summer's Kitchen Mercado. It is hosted by Gallery Rue Toulouse, which boasts some of the most beautiful European art in the country that's only shown in 3 galleries throughout the country, here, Carmel, and New Orleans. And we're very grateful for them not only to host us, but they're on an ongoing cause marketing campaign with every single nonprofit in Laguna Beach. They're doing a donate back to any nonprofit. You can walk in, mention a 501c3, buy a painting, and they'll donate 10% to that nonprofit. So we are so indebted to them, their magnanimous generosity as well for hosting us. And I also wanted to share, some of you unfortunately missed our event last May, so I'm sharing some photos from last May. We are called Just Gather. We love to just gather, and we love to enjoy connection, community, and being the best we can be so that we can light up our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. W. Bailey Smith here. I've lived in Laguna Beach for over 70 years. Top of the world, Bluebird Canyon, Three Arch Bay, Emerald Bay. Now I live in North Laguna. First, thank you very much, City Council, for being here, taking time out of your busy schedules at work and your family. I have two questions for you. One is, how can we reduce the speed along Pacific Coast Highway? I use LaDroit to enter the highway in North Laguna, and you know the Shell station where the light is. As the light changes, traffic gets going very fast, sometimes over 90, 100 miles an hour by the time it hits Irvine Cove. Plus, you have these Maseratis, Ferraris coming down the weekends, making all sorts of racket. How can we reduce the noise as well as the speed? I know the police department has set out some empty patrol cars there on the highway, some small neon signs saying, slow the speed down, but it seems to be ineffective. I would suggest that we spend some money to hire another patrolman to patrol North Laguna to reduce the speed. I don't know what the cost would be, but certainly around $100,000 to avoid any major lawsuits in the future because of our lack of patrolling the speed limits along North Laguna Beach. I think this exit from LaDroit sometimes is so dangerous trying to get it into downtown Laguna Beach that I've got to go back up to Viejo and take the light out. Several years ago, my wife unexpectedly was driving from Cajon Street out to North Laguna and saw a couple of motorcyclists go by over 100 miles an hour, and luckily nobody was hurt. So avoid future lawsuits, enforce the speed limit along North Laguna Beach, think about hiring a new police officer, and avoiding a multi-million-dollar personal injury action because of our lack of patrol. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your information. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for everything you do. I know everyone in here wants to say that. Sometimes it's easier than other times. But I just wanted to give a shout out to Dave Kiff for Ask Laguna and all the things that the team that developed that have done. I know with backing of a number of people up here, that's been a huge thing. I know as summer starts coming up, we're going to have an influx of folks. I can't tell you how many times in the last maybe month or so, you just take a picture with your camera, you upload it to Ask Laguna, and you immediately start getting email contact, and people are on the graffiti or anything else within an hour. So it's amazing. And then they close the loop on it and tell you, hey, this is done. So you can't ask for anything better. Anyone watching or anyone who's in here, I would definitely say download the app and go for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mayor. My name is Joseph Yashar. I'm a classical guitarist. I wanted to come by and invite everybody here tonight to stop by Galerie Le Toulouse, which is a French art gallery on the corner of Laguna and Coast Highway. It's right in front of Hotel Laguna. I want to invite you all to stop by, and there's a catered event, and it's a Laguna Garden Club event. So I'm performing from 5 to 8 p.m. I wanted to let you know.
And what was the date of that?
It's this Thursday evening.
Okay.
This
great.
week.
Thank you.
5:30. My pleasure.
Thursday, 5:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. I'm Tom Osborne. Last month, our family enjoyed the best summer in Laguna that we've had since we moved here 51 years ago. Don't you want to know why? It was pretty warm, wasn't it? NOAA scientists told us this was the warmest March in history, in American history. So it's getting warmer, and we're not always given good explanations as to why that's the case. In fact, there has been a 38% reduction in climate coverage in the major media, according to a number of very reliable sources. So because of that, Our, okay. Given this situation, a number of us in Laguna Beach who are members of Citizens Climate Lobby have decided to organize and hold a climate walk in celebration of Earth Day. This will be held on April 25th at Main Beach at 10 a.m. It's a Saturday, and we're going to be assembling at the Big Tree. And we invite you to come and join us for a very scenic walk and some very lively conversation that will be followed at the end by some home-baked cookies. So please join us, and hope to see you there.
Where does the walk conclude?
I'm sorry?
How long is the walk? Where does it conclude?
2.5 miles.
Okay.
But you don't need to go 2.5 miles if you don't want. You can drop out at any point you want, but it's a 2-mile, very easy walk.
Easy walk.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, see you there.
Next speaker. Okay, I'll close public comments. Oh. Ed, were you asleep?
No, I was telling Tom that we're advertising for that.
Oh, okay.
Since last time I was here, hello, by the way, thank you, Council and Mr. Mayor. Since last time I was here, I had an opportunity to visit businesses on Forest, some of which are directly affected by the construction happening. I was delighted to hear that each of the council members has paid them several visits. Sue, nearly daily visits, and that delights me. Voice of Laguna to those businesses is going to donate airtime to each of them on Forest with a 30 to 60-minute interview of each shop owner, get them in to talk about what they do and what their needs might be, and just really letting the world know that they are open for business. As you all know, on-air time has great value, but it's not enough. As I spoke of last time, we need the city to partner with us in a saturation campaign, not just for locals, but for those that are out of town, that don't read the local papers. Not only for these businesses, but to drive home the stewardship messaging as well. We have 6 local media entities in town. We have 2 radio stations, 2 newspapers, and Stu News, and we have a digital marketing firm. As I mentioned last time, this should be an all-hands-on-deck situation with the stewardship and the local businesses on Forest. The city working with local media to help local businesses and our local beaches and trails and environments. There's a proposal and a contract sitting on the city manager's desk. I would ask the city council to please either ask him to sign it or to bring it forward so that we can discuss it here during one of the meetings. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ed. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Nick Aronoff, a 4th-generation resident of Laguna Beach. Nice to see you all. Thank you for your time today. I wanted to start by acknowledging the efforts that a lot of the city staff put in every day to keep Laguna Beach one of the best communities in the state. But, right now there's a clear gap with, intention and execution, and the residents are really feeling it. Up on the screen here, you'll see some photos over the past couple weeks. And, we've known over the past weeks or even months, the amazing weather we've been having this winter and spring, which I'm not complaining about at all. I don't think anybody else here is complaining about that. But with that great weather, we know comes a lot more tourism and day trippers. And over the last couple of weeks, it's been spring break. And, we've known about this increased visitor traffic. None of this is a surprise. It was even mentioned, I believe it was last month or the month before that we had one of the busiest Saturdays comparable to like a July over the summer. So it's been known that we're getting increased traffic this spring. And what have we seen? We've seen the beaches that have felt understaffed, undermanaged, and frankly overrun. And what we're seeing is not just overcrowding, as you see in these photos, it's a breakdown of enforcement. We have glass on the sand, we have alcohol where it's not prohibited, we have barbecues where they shouldn't be, trash is being left behind, overflowing in the bins, vandalism of the natural spaces, as you see with the graffiti on the rocks. illegal parking on PCH, shopping centers, and in the neighborhoods. It's not a one-off thing. It's just not just one weekend. Obviously, it's been multiple weekends, and it's becoming a pattern. And when enforcement is inconsistent or absent, behavior changes. Word spreads quickly, especially on social media. I'm happy to pass. There's a list of tons of social media accounts that are tagging Laguna, posting online, and they're getting tens of thousands of views. So when these rules aren't enforced, it attracts the wrong kind of volume and impact. And these unfortunately, these visitors, they're not being respectful and to our beaches, and it's pretty much a free-for-all. This is happening at multiple beaches where I've spent over the last couple of weeks, whether it's Main Beach, Victoria Beach, South Laguna. It's also happening in North Laguna as well. And, we transitioned Beach Patrol to Park Rangers, and we were promised a more broader capability, better management. And right now, the outcome isn't really matching that promise. I don't know if it's staffing levels, scheduling, deployment strategy, something isn't working. And, the bigger issue here is we have a lot, we've talked about stewardship. We've talked about, the Keep Laguna campaign. And, a lot of it's just messaging right now. What we really need is enforcement. People really need to see it with the pocketbook. I think we can all agree on that. When you actually pay the ticket or get the fine, it really resonates more with the residents with the tourists than just some signage and messaging. So, if we can't maintain basic order and cleanliness during the predictable periods, we know that, these, when summer arrives, it's going to be, a mess. So I really hope that we can have some clear path moving forward, some staffing level increases or enforcement standards, and some accountability and some metrics that we can follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None? Okay, I'll close public comments. So matters from mayor, council members, city manager, any comments? Update?
I'll make a brief comment, especially about what Nick raised, which I appreciate, and we've certainly seen the same thing. I know that all the council members have seen it firsthand or otherwise. I have too. The impacts of what was a very busy March with both warm water and warm weather, and we did, immediately as a staff retool and do both new enforcement. We adjusted our timing of our trash collection. All things that they're not simple to do because most things are planned out ahead, but we did do those adjustments. I'm hopeful that it'll help us get caught up. But I just please know I'm aware of that, and we're focused on it quite closely. And again, I appreciate it being brought up. Thank you.
Dave, a couple of months ago, you brought forward some statistics regarding enforcement, and there was the trend was going in the right direction. Do you recall what any of those statistics were?
Well, one of them was we issued like $87,000 worth of parking violations in one day. 8,700, sorry, yes.
Okay.
Just still a lot, big number to me. Sorry, wow. What a great job. They're doing a great job anyway.
Well, anyway, I guess what we can do is, again, revisit the enforcement progress in the future and just keep us aware of that this summer. It'll be a good way to measure.
Yeah, I would like to be able to as a part of my presentation, do a brief update at every meeting or every other meeting with what our latest enforcement stats were compared to, say, last year.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam City Attorney.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Councilperson Kemp.
Thank you. So we're having, I think I mentioned this is the last council meeting, we're having community preparedness and evacuation workshops almost every Monday. And I attended the one last night. I think I see Jennifer Zeider here. Where she went? There she is. She was there too. Anyway, it's run by, it's a desktop exercise, a tabletop exercise that was conducted at the CRC library. And we had a really fantastic turnout. So we have police, fire, and marine safety are there. We have, everybody, we sit at tables, and Sarah, our emergency management coordinator, and Shannon kind of conducted most of the meeting. But it was very, very well done. They laid out scenarios that we had at every table. We had either someone from the police department, the fire department, or marine safety kind of guiding the discussion. And that the idea is to get people thinking about what you do in the event of emergency. Like, what do you need to do? What are your exit strategies? Who in your neighborhood might need help? Who do you need to talk to? What are you going to pack? And all the complexities that go along with that when you have an emergency, because people kind of lose their minds when there's an emergency. And the purpose of this is to get people thinking in advance. So I'm just going to read off for the different neighborhoods when these are coming up. So there's actually one tonight at Temple Hill, so that doesn't really apply to anybody here. But Monday, the 20th, all top of the world, old and new top of the world. And that's going to be at the Suzy Q multipurpose room. And then Wednesday, the 22nd, at the Suzy Q multipurpose room, Boat Canyon. And then on Monday, 4/27, at the CRC library, again, that's at the rec center, Bluebird Canyon. 4:30 at the CRC library will be Cianothus and Wesley. And then on Tuesday, May 5th, will be the CRC library for Mar Vista and Sunset. And then on the 11th at the CRC library will be Coastal, Residential, and Central and South. And then finally on 5/14 will be all zones. So if you can make it, I really recommend it. It's an hour and a half. It's well worth your time. It's kind of fun because you get to meet some more of your neighbors. And it's a good way of thinking about as a group how you would handle your loved ones, your property, and your neighbors in the event of an emergency.
Thank you. Councilmember Renagi,
No update.
Councilmember Whalen.
A couple things. One is Councilmember Renagi and I, are working on the hospital task force that we're going to form to get community input regarding the future of the hospital. I think that application form is going to be going out within the next week. So keep an eye out forward. Anybody who's interested in applying can apply. I attended the South Laguna Civic Association annual meeting. I think Dave did a great job of summarizing the issues we heard there. There were a number of them that was really good input, and we're trying to be responsive to some of those in the near term and in the longer term. And then when we did our new assignments, I ended up on the Playhouse board. So April 30th, 10 a.m., if you want to get a cup of coffee and a croissant or something, go over there to the Playhouse, and they will have the reveal of the new season. And they're pretty excited about it. They've got a new executive director, a whole new team over there. So you can get that for free on the 30th at 10 a.m. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I was able to attend the badge pinning and promotion ceremony for the police department, where we also talked about a couple big retirements in that department. It was a really lovely and emotional ceremony. Met with Randy Hild of SHAC, participated in a Orange County Parks Trails Committee meeting at which I learned Orange County Parks is going to be doing some work on Valito Trail, work that I think will be much needed, but that trail will be closed for a couple of weeks sometime in May or June. Took a tour of Laguna Coast Wilderness Park with the Orange County Parks Commission, so it was fun to be back in my old stomping grounds, and met with Brendan Rowland, who's the Police Employees Association president. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Alex, do you have something to say?
One thing I want to congratulate Officer Zach Martinez, who retired after a long career in service in the police department. One of his significant roles was being my DARE officer in 4th grade. So I appreciate all that he's done and all the lives he's impacted and the people he's protected. So we're all grateful for his service and all the service of all of our officers.
Thank you. I attended the badge pinning as well, and Zach was there, and we bid farewell to him, and it was a great morning to honor the incoming officers and celebrate their moving up in the organization. Bob and I are both part of the new Playhouse ad hoc committee, so I did attend a meeting with the new director and Bob and a couple of their staff members. I also had a meeting with our head of the Cultural Arts Department, Sean Pochel. I had a meeting with Joe Hanauer. We had an interesting discussion around arts in Laguna and the future of arts as many of you know, he's on the board of the museum, and so he had quite a few opinions to share. Had a great meeting with Kathy Yurka and our city manager, Dave, and Megan. We discussed some of the upcoming conversation around the Mills Act that we'll be having. I attended the mayor's breakfast, and I hope I represented the city well in that. I attended the Art That's Small at City Hall event and handed out the awards. That was very interesting. I encourage everybody to go into the City Hall lobby there and check out the art. It's fascinating, good stuff. I also attended the South Laguna Civic Association meeting. Bob covered that, and I am happy to report that Dave is addressing some of those concerns that were brought up. Good conversation and some legitimate concerns that they have down there. Had a interesting conversation with Mark Christie and Rick from South Coast Water, along with Dave Kiff as well, just talking about some of the construction impacts that they're having along that entry road there to the ranch. Meeting with Jeremy regarding economic development. Sue Wyden regarding some planning commission issues. Had a FOA board meeting. There was a event last weekend at the Rivian Theater at Laguna Ocean Foundation. It was really fascinating, especially when it comes to litter. So what they did is they had a presentation with a group, Plastic Odyssey, and it's this ship that goes around with all of these volunteers, and they go to these uninhabited islands. And believe it or not, these islands, their beaches are covered thick, like a foot thick of trash. It just washes up on the shore. And these are uninhabited islands. So it was very interesting, and it's great to see people out there tackling these kinds of problems. I had a meeting with Brian Menn in South Laguna regarding one of the upcoming appeals. Glenn Schrank, John Thomas, Jeff Randall. Hallie and I had a nice meeting, had a phone conversation with Aaron. I think I saw him back there. There he is. And that's it. So we'll move on to the next item. Consent calendar. Do we have anybody that would like to pull anything off of the calendar? 8,
Someone said 6.
6, 8. Any council members?
Yeah, I think 7 and 15.
So
Okay,
what was that, 6, 8, 7, and 15?
6, 8, 7, 15. 8,
6, 8, 7, 15.
6, 7, 8.
Dyslexic. I'll move the balance to the consent calendar then.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Okay, so we will move on to item number 6.
Whoever pulled item number 6, if you want.
Yeah, so just for the audience's edification, item number 6 is the 2026 Summer Parking Management Plan and Transit Services Update, which is in the council's packet.
Who pulled it?
You have a question, Nick, that you wanted to? Not necessarily. We usually don't prepare presentations for consent items. Okay.
So do we have public comments? Any public comments on item number 6? Okay. Is this for item 6?
I don't think so. I don't know the number. You're here for CPA, right? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Not quite yet.
She might be interested in transit, though. I could slide. Yeah, it was transit, so.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Any other comments on item 6?
I'll move the recommend action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Then we'll move on to item number 7. Who pulled 7?
I pulled 7. There are a couple items here that I raised with the city manager when we were going through this, and we talked about this, I think, at a study session, right? And this is coming back to us. But, and this has to deal with kind of budgeting processes and transfers. And there is a policy at the end. So the budget control, this is on page 13 of the agenda item, the budget control feature here, I think we had conversation on item 3 on budget control. So all other transfers within the same fund require approval of the Director of Administrative Services and the city manager. I don't know if, Alex, I think this was actually a point you made, which was, you know, if within a fund, take our general fund, which is roughly $100 million, there's no dollar limit or other guardrail or control on transfer within the same fund. So I was raising with Dave this morning, you know, should there be at a certain level, and I don't know, Dave, whether you and Michelle has had any opportunity to think about that further. And then the other item that I wanted to get some input on is I don't see any limit on a fund-to-fund transfer. And my example was, for example, the city, I don't think you do this, but the city manager says, oh, I'm going to take $1 million out of the wildfires fund and put it in the insurance fund because we've got a shortfall in the insurance fund. So I didn't see any fund-to-fund limitation or guardrail. So I wanted to get some input on both those points.
Well, thank you for those questions. The second question I answer first. That's because there's no authority to move from fund to fund. So the city manager and staff won't be able to move funds from one fund to another under this policy. So if we wanted to move funds from the general fund to the wildfire fund or vice versa, we would have to have a staff report, a budget amendment approved by the city council here.
So-
There's no funds to fund movement.
Follow-up question for Michelle and maybe Patrick and Megan. So this is like a direction by silence, right? That we know we can't do that because there's an expressed authority. Is it appropriate to conclude what Michelle's concluding? I'm very comfortable with that too. If it doesn't say we can do it, then we can't do it versus it says we can't do something.
Well, sentence 1 of number 1 under budgetary control says the base level of budgetary control is at the fund level. And
Okay.
Mr. Assistant City Attorney can say that's what that means, is that it's at the fund level.
Correct, yeah. So I'm comfortable with the language as is, but if the council would like something even more explicit, we're not going to say no. But yes.
Exactly. We could add a point to say, yeah.
Okay, no, it answers my question. So a fund-to-fund transfer has to come back to council.
Yeah. If the city council wanted to consider a dollar threshold within the same fund, I apologize if I didn't put it in the proposed policy. I didn't get clear direction or a consensus from the majority.
Well-
But one you might want to consider is the same level as the purchasing policy, which is $100,000 or whatever you're familiar with. Either way, we would be reporting to you quarterly what all the administrative budget adjustments would be.
I might for now just recommend we leave it as is, that there's no authority for a fund-to-fund transfer of it.
Well, I'm talking within his second question within the
Oh, I'm
fund.
sorry.
Within the same fund, he was asking about a dollar threshold.
Yeah, what I was kicking around with Councilmember Whalen was some threshold by which, but you're saying it would automatically be reported quarterly.
Any
fund-
administrative adjustment
Yeah, with-
within a fund will be on our new quarterly financial report starting this quarter ended September 30th, 2026.
So-
When I fully staffed.
Mr. Whalen, does that sound like enough checks and balances there that rather than having a number, we were talking about a number at which we'd be reporting, we're going to be reporting them all anyway.
How are those going to be reported?
That would be the quarterly report. Remember, we talked about last time how the code requires a monthly report, and we haven't been doing that. No direct, if anything, it's my fault. But we moved that to a quarterly report that would come to council as a consent item.
And one of the attachment, the quarterly report would look very similar to the mid-year staff report attachments you see in tonight's agenda on number 20. And we would have an additional attachment. So that has like 7 of those 9 attachments are related to the financials. It would have an 8th attachment that would say budget adjustments approved administratively during the quarter, July 1 through September 30th. So anything that is approved administratively will list the explanation and the dollar amount and the fund.
Any other questions?
I don't have questions, I have comments, but I'll wait for the public.
Okay, I'll open it. Did you have a comment? We'll open it up for public comments. Do we have any public comments on this? None? Yes, we have somebody.
As Mary's coming up, there's also a typo that Mr. Whalen pointed out on the policy that make sure we'll correct that in adoption.
Yes, on page 13.
It says now instead of not.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess Mary Locatelli, I don't really have a comment as much as a question, is that we did move some funds, like 3.2 million that existed, they were restricted funds that existed at June 30th, 2024, and they were moved into the general fund in 2025. So I didn't see a resolution that came to the council, so we say we can't do it, but it looks like it's been done. So that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None? I'll bring it to council. Comments? Did you have a question, Alex?
No, I appreciate Bob bringing this up. I'm still kind of skeptical of it, but I'm open to trying it for a year and seeing, what types of transfers take place. But I am a little bit concerned about the idea of it being a disincentive to create cost savings in different departments, but I'm open to trying it out.
Do we have a motion?
I
What do you
have
think
a
about-
Oh, do you have a comment? I
comment.
apologize.
No problem. I do think Mary had a good point. I am hoping staff can address Mary's point about a transfer that did happen.
I have no idea what she's talking about, so I'd have to research that and get back to the city manager and the council.
But if it's from one fund outside of the general fund to another, the council would have to approve that.
It could have been addressed in a budget carryover item post June 30th. Again, I have to know the details to be able to provide the research, so.
Dave, could the two of you guys connect on that? Okay,
maybe
thank
send
you.
an email.
Michelle, I guess I'm with Alex. I'm willing to try this procedure going forward, but how easy would it be to give us a list of the fund, the interfund transfers for the current fiscal year? Do you have those? I don't want to create work.
Well, this, it won't be very hard because there's not that many transfers that are happening that aren't approved by the city council
That's what I'm.
right now.
That's what I'm trying to.
Right now, because we don't have this policy, right? So in other words, yeah.
So you haven't been tracking in fund transfers within a fund?
We have been tracking, but there hasn't been that many because most departments are managing their budgets at their total department level. They're not moving. If they see one line is over, like office supplies, and one line has savings like contracted services, they're not doing that internal budget transfer. So it'll be very easy to provide you the very short list of what has been done administratively so far this fiscal year.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
So I would move the recommended action.
I think
Oh,
Kelly,
One more,
Oh,
one more
go.
comment. I just want to go on record as saying that I'm still uncomfortable with moving from quarterly to monthly or from monthly to quarterly reports. I'm prepared to vote for it, but I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate that, and we'll keep monitoring that with you to see if it's more reasonable, and if there's technology that allows this quickly. I think actually Alex or Councilmember Renagi, who's more fluent in AI than we are, produced a really good monthly report very quickly. So maybe we need to look at that.
Thank you.
Do you have a motion?
So I'd move the recommended action with the correction of the typo.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, we'll move on to item number 8, service provider agreement.
So for the public, this is a service provider agreement for the downtown tree lighting program with the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. We don't have a presentation.
So if you pulled the item and you have a reason, you need to come up to the mic.
Doug Vogel. I am a former treasurer for the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. I believe we have some slides. June of 2022, after being married by Anne Marie to my wife, we were also trying to open a business and expecting birth of our baby girl who passed away. That was in June, and I missed a chamber meeting where without being known to me by me, the two former chairs decided to present to the board approval of $20,000 to be spent on the Measure Q campaign for an independent expenditure. I did find out about it after it. I said it was wrong, that you did not report it. I asked them to put it on the finances. They did. Later, I had, do we have the slides at all? No slides? Okay. I started realizing that there was a misaccounting of funds given through the lighting fund being misused by the chamber. I asked for an audit. I did not get that audit, and I was removed from the board. What I had noticed that the treasurer after me, who was presenting the budget for 2024, was asking for or accounting for $150,000 from the lighting, but only showing $60,000 being spent in the last years. So I asked for an audit, did not get it. I didn't ask the city for an audit. I got it. Didn't look at everything really clear until going through all the invoices and numbers again and found out there was duplicate payments for $15,100. That with the $8,000 that would go for admin for the Chamber of Commerce was enough to spend on an expenditure for an independent expenditure in a campaign. I also made a report to the FPPC. It's still an ongoing investigation, along with investigations by state and other state and federal agencies. I'm not asking that council do not fund this. I'm asking for a delay of vote. I've talked to some board members currently for the chamber as well, who also share some concern and believe that an audit could be of interest and be very helpful to this organization. You have 2 chairs that have currently left. There's a lot of questions, and I think the appropriate thing for when there's been questions of misuse of money is to actually look at that and do an audit and do due diligence and make sure that taxpayer money is not being misspent. So asking for that delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will provide the photos to the council and to the public record. He did provide them ahead of time, so.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? None. Bring it back to council. Do we have any comments? Dave, would you like to address any of his comments?
I think, I always certainly respect Mr. Vogel's points. The reason to not have a delay is that we do need to get planning. The chamber needs to get planning for the, believe it or not, the holiday lights for, and this is why it's on this council's agenda. We pushed it back a little bit already to make sure it was all squared away for this night's agenda. So I'd recommend not delaying it.
How involved with you is the city with the expenditures related once this money is approved? I mean, do we?
I don't know if I'll let Jane and Alexis, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Assistant City Attorney Jane Abzug. So I just wanted to clarify that for the agreement with the chamber, it is a professional service. The city's relying on the sole source exemption from the bidding procedures to contract with the chamber because it has relationships with all the businesses on Forest. However, with respect to the actual lighting, there is going to be an RFP process that will be in concert with city staff, including the city manager. So there will be at least 3 bid proposals. Chambers required to keep track of all the proposals and then work with the city manager on the selection of a responsive bidder. There are audit requirements already built into the professional services agreement with the chamber. So the city has already the right under the contract to audit the chamber if it deems necessary.
So this contract is different than previous contracts?
Right. This contract is just for 1 year and as the city manager pointed out, to get us through the 2026 holiday season. And so it's a 1-year term.
Thank you.
One of the additional reasons for the 1-year term is that, we think our lighting approach will probably be different with the promenade all done. So we didn't want to get into something long-term without knowing what that looks like.
Appreciate that. Any comments from other council members?
So that's helpful, Jane. So, but when the vendor is selected, do the invoices get submitted to us or do we send the money to the chamber?
So the chamber will submit the invoices to the city. So there's a plan for the lighting that is used for prior years. The chamber is going to do the RFP process, consult with the city manager, pick the lowest responsible bidder, which is a requirement under the code. And then the city will remit payment once that invoice from the contractor is submitted to the city.
Any other questions?
I just make one more point, and Jane said this, so I'll reiterate it. One of the reasons we do this with the chamber is because the city does not have electrical lines in the downtown. And that as Jane was pointing out, in the past, and probably still recently, the chamber has better relationships with the businesses because they go and they plug into the business's electricity. That there's probably 60 or 70 or many more different businesses that in effect donate their electricity to the Holiday Light Program. With the promenade, that'll be a little different because there'll be city electricity in that, so at least that stretch of Lower Forest.
Great. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, we can move on to number 15.
So this item, for the public, is the work plan to evaluate joining the Orange County Power Authority, or OCPA. And this is a recommendation from the Environmental Sustainability Committee.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Jeremy Fremont, Assistant City Manager. With me tonight, Steve Chatama, who is the Chair of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. Councilmember Whalen, you pulled this item. Is there a specific question? Would you like an overview? What can we provide?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just, the way this is set up, it needs discussion from us because the work plan, which I think is very well done, very comprehensive. But it's, staff is saying that there's $40,000 to $50,000 of costs that for outside legal review in order to accomplish this, that's not in the budget, and there'd have to be some choices made per the city manager. So I'll just cut to the chase and tell you where I am with it, which is, it seems to me that a lot of this work can be done in phases 1 and 2, all the way down and into phase 3, all the way down to the point where we have this bullet point on page 9 that talks about evaluating governance structure and membership terms and financial oversight and potential legal and operational risks. I think we're going to know a lot by getting through phases 1 and 2 and half of phase 3 before we commit $50,000 on a legal analysis.
Yeah.
And I would be urging us to ask the Environmental Sustainability Committee to do that, phase 1, phase 2, half of phase 3, and then get back to us with a recommendation. And then we can say, yeah, go spend 50 grand to do the legal analysis, or no, let's not. So that's the reason I pulled it.
Any other questions?
Yeah, that works for us. I think the only thing that I would flag ahead of time is that $50,000 may not actually be necessary. Both Buena Park and Fountain Valley have just gone through this exact same process of vetting their participation in OCPA. So I think part of our work in those early phases will be to get the city manager and the city attorney together with their counterparts at those two cities to be able to hone the questions that they might have, so that you may want some independent verification, but I think we may be able to get the workload down considerably by piggybacking off the work that some of those other cities have done just in the very recent past.
Okay, good. Thank you, Steve.
Any other questions of staff? None? Open it up for public comment. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Good evening, Mayor Orgel and council members and staff. My name is Ayn Creation. I'm the Orange County Policy Director with Climate Action Campaign. We're a nonprofit climate policy watchdog here in Orange County, here to speak in support of energy choice for Laguna Beach. We also submitted written comments earlier today, which you should have received via email. The bottom line here for us is that community choice energy is a proven success across California. It delivers benefits that investor-owned utilities never will to residents, cleaner energy, local control, customer-focused programs. And while some critics have suggested commissioning a study, we believe that is unnecessary and not the best use of taxpayer dollars, as Councilmember Whalen has identified. Meanwhile, electricity costs are rising rapidly under the current system. Since 2016, so in the last 10 years, bills for Southern California Edison customers have increased 101%, more than doubled, and SDG&E customer bills have risen by 98%, according to the CPUC's Public Advocate's Office. And as a result of that, many families are struggling. Nearly 1 in 5 SCE customers is behind on their bill by more than $800. More increases are already on the way, driven in large part by utility spending that generates guaranteed profits. SCE alone reported nearly $4.9 billion in profits from 2025 this last February, and ratepayers are the ones who pay for that. By contrast, CCE programs are not for profits. That distinction matters a lot. Public power and community choice models are designed to serve customers and not shareholders. Regulators continue approving new rate hikes for investor-owned utilities. 10 new SCE rate increases are currently pending before the California Public Utilities Commission. So ultimately, this choice is about giving Laguna Beach residents access to a more accountable, flexible, and locally controlled energy future. We appreciate your and your staff's time and commitment to move this item forward and urge you to reject any unnecessary delays and support energy choice for your residents. We're happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on this item?
Good evening, Mayor Orgel, members of the council. My name is Jackie Henderson. I'm the Director of Communications and External Affairs at Orange County Power Authority. My team and I have enjoyed working with the Laguna Beach Environmental Sustainability Committee as they develop their work plan that they're sharing with you tonight. And we look forward to continuing our collaboration and providing support and resources as the ESC fulfills the work plan. If council approves the work this evening and permits the ESC to proceed with their research for the council, OCPA will look to perform our due diligence to determine the feasibility of Laguna Beach joining our Joint Powers Authority. There is no direct cost or commitment to authorize OCPA to conduct a preliminary evaluation of the city's energy profile and potential service options. It will require the council's approval of a non-disclosure agreement to securely release the load data to OCPA, which will take a few months to receive, and then a few more months for us to evaluate internally. As we move through that phase of the analysis, as Councilmember Whalen mentioned, we'll be happy to have our general counsel consult with your city attorney to address any questions regarding the OCPA JPA contract process. I am available this evening for any questions, as well as my community engagement manager, Linda Kramer. So we're here tonight and going forward for any steps in this process. We look forward to supporting the Environmental Sustainability Committee through their evaluation and to keeping the conversation going with you on council.
Just a quick,
Hi, thanks. Are you guys getting any traction with any of the South Orange County cities?
We are actually. So we're having a couple of conversations with San Clemente and with Dana Point as well.
So how far along are they? So you're having conversations. Are they to the point where they're studying it, or what are they doing?
We have had a couple of cities ask to be on their agendas to have conversations going forward, and most that are interested in having joint conversations with multiple cities. So we've actually spoken with the assistant city manager about potentially doing that in the future.
That's good. Okay, thanks.
Another question? Did you have a question?
yeah, does the non-disclosure agreement, does that have to be approved by the city council, or could we authorize the city manager to, maybe it's a legal question, but is that something, you mentioned the city council has to approve that, is that a specific thing, or could that be authorized?
That can be
And they'll-
authorized by the city manager, yes.
Other questions? Thank you. Do
Thank you.
we have any other speakers on this item? None, bring it back to council. Are there any comments from council? And Bob, did you want to fashion a motion for
Well,
your?
I would, let's see what the recommended action was. So I would move the recommended action that the Environmental Sustainability Committee proceed with the proposed work plan without the elements that would require the retention of outside counsel, legal counsel to do that piece of the evaluation and to return to us with recommendations at that point.
Great, I'll second. All in favor?
Question.
Oh,
What would be the time frame when we need, you guys would be returning back to us?
Thank you, Councilmember Kempf. So that we're looking at essentially working through phase 2.
Yeah.
We would be back July, August, at some point during then to present what we found on programs, costs, energy mix, et cetera. And then at that point, seek direction for legal. So summertime.
Okay.
Can we add to the motion that and authorize the city manager to execute the NDA?
Yeah, unless there's legal issue with that. Okay. Yeah, and Jeremy, I would think maybe the first few steps of phase 3 as well, interviews with relevant officials at OC.
Yeah,
authority and
correct. We'll move along. We'll tick off everything that doesn't incur a cost. or
doesn't incur a
potentially
cost.
incur a
Yeah,
cost.
that the, okay, so I would amend the motion to add a direction to authorize the city manager to execute the non-disclosure agreement.
all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it. We get to move on to regular business. Item number 16.
So it might take us a little bit to get up here because we've got Alexis and Kai.
Oh, all right, we'll take a 3-minute break.
Okay. And Jane. And Patrick too. No? Why not?
communication.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Alexis Braun, Acting Director of Transit and Community Services, and also speaking on this item this evening are Kai Bond, Marine Safety Chief, Jane Abzug, Assistant City Attorney. So this item before you is the first reading of an ordinance amending Title 18 and Section 16.6.16020 and 8.04010 of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code and adoption of a resolution for special events. So City staff presented to City Council on January 27th, 2026 regarding a reorganization of Title 18, which kind of removes the duplicate and outdated provisions that are in that section, regroups and regulates some of the different regulations, and then has different provisions clearly defined, and then the creation of a comprehensive special event permit process to streamline the process, and then additional modifications to shade coverings and surfing and skimboarding areas at Aliso Beach. So a little bit of background of the special event permit, and it just defines kind of what a special event is. It clarifies when permits are required, goes through an application process, grounds for approval or denial, includes, but are not limited to, informal weddings, concerts, outdoor athletic contests, commercial paddleboarding activities, organized play, and events exceeding capacity thresholds. So staff has organized it as a Tier 1 and Tier 2 different events, and approving specific event locations, as well as application checklists and a cost recovery system for city services. The event process also limits the events during the peak summer months. So this is just kind of an overview of what is included in the packet of the different areas where special events potentially could be permitted, the level tier group of which they are, as well as the different, whether alcohol is allowed, food, vendor booths, electricity, and kind of some of the basic, and shows the locations of where they are as well. So the direction that was received from City Council on January 27th was to clarify the designated areas for swimming and surfing zones, including Aliso Beach, prohibiting shade structures, which are known as tents, canopies, easy-ups, at all beaches in Laguna Beach, and then allow shade coverings in city parks as long as they meet a certain size requirement.
Good evening, Council. This is Jane Abzug, Assistant City Attorney. So in terms of implementing the City Council's direction, city staff modified the swimming and surfing area provisions in Title 18 to allow both swimming and surfing within 200 yards of the shoreline, which is the current existing rule, except during the summer months when surfing is allowed to the exclusion of swimming in the certain designated zones for surfing. So we made that more clear. We modified the restrictions on shade coverings to prohibit them except for umbrellas on beaches within the city. City staff thought this change of specifying umbrellas specifically would be easier to enforce. And we reestablished the restrictions on shade coverings to authorize them in city parks within the city, provided that they do not exceed 6 by 6 feet, which is the existing rule. Other changes that we implemented were a few cleanup changes in reviewing Title 18 and the urgency ordinance for the beaches when the city took over South Laguna. Staff identified that certain provisions were not pulled into a regular ordinance. So that is why the City Council will also see that sections 6.16020 and 8.04.010 are added into this regular ordinance. In reviewing the restrictions on shade coverings, city staff also folded in restrictions on tables and volleyball nets and courts on beaches and parks because city staff has experienced some issues with that on the beaches in the summer months as well.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Kai Bon, Chief of Marine Safety. So to provide a little more background on the area, specifically at Aliso Beach, we wanted to continue the county's practice of how they were using it. It's a very impacted area. It's high use. So we thought it was important to continue that practice of establishing a surfing and skimboarding zone that are posted by marine safety staff between 12 and 6 daily during the summer months. The idea is to reduce any possibility of injuries and conflicts in that area.
And as an overview, here is some of the language for the swimming and surfing areas that is identified in the ordinance that is presented to the City Council tonight for introduction. The swimming and surfing area is all waters within 200 yards from the shoreline is designated as swimming and surfing areas, except that from June 15th and September 15th, both dates inclusive, there are designated surfing areas to the exclusion of swimming. The modification, the substantive modification to the actual zones designated for surfing were in Area 5, which is South Laguna. And as part of the recommended action this evening, city staff is recommending a slight modification to the language for area number 5. And so it would read, area number 5, which is South Laguna, the surfing area is at Aliso Beach specifically. A zone for surfing shall be set up from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. daily through the posting of signs and flags by Marine Safety Department staff, or for increased durations as conditions warrant at the determination by Marine Safety Department staff. If a zone for surfing is not set through the posting of signs and flags by Marine Safety Department staff, the surfing area is hereby established at the south end of Aliso Beach from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. In reviewing the ordinance that was posted to the agenda, the language, some carryover language was still in there. So this is just a revision in form. The next slide talks about the changes made for shade coverings. So the new rules that shade coverings other than umbrellas in a form substantially similar to Figure 1 are prohibited on beaches within the city. We thought including an image of the umbrella would help with enforcement, even if it's laying down on the beach, it's still allowed, or if it's erected in its upright position, it's allowed, but that is substantially the form that the city is allowing within the city on all beaches. In parks, it's substantially the same rule as directed by the City Council at the last meeting this was considered. Shade coverings, including canopies, awnings, umbrellas, tents, cabanas, easy-ups, and covers are allowed at all parks within the city, but cannot exceed 6 by 6 feet. And we also included a height limitation with the 6 by 6 by 6. The next slide talks about the changes that city staff also incorporated into Title 18 based on feedback from Marine Safety Department. There has been a notice issue with tables on the beaches as well that can obstruct traffic flow on the beach. And so the new rule would be no person is allowed to maintain a table over 6 feet by 3 feet, and the same rule would be applied to public parks. The next slide talks about restrictions on volleyball courts and nets, which has also been an issue for Marine Safety Department staff. The new rule would be no person is allowed to install, erect, or maintain a volleyball net or court unless it has been approved by the city manager or designee and has all required approvals from the city. There might be instances when, for example, a coastal development permit or a special event permit might be required.
After discussion with city staff, we did have some enforcement concerns regarding the easy ups, canopies, and shade coverings, mostly because of the sheer volume of the people that visit our beaches that use those types of coverings. And it was a concern that we were banning shade, not allowing them to have that when they come to the beach. And additionally, for the lifeguard side, to interfere with the lifeguard's main duties, which is rescue, prevention, and education of the public. An alternative could be that you can consider would be a canopy zone on our more popular beaches at Main Beach and Aliso Beach, to take into consideration that these canopies would be behind or in line with the lifeguard towers. We would ask for you to consider that the modification allow easy ups up to 8 by 8 feet because that's usually how they're sold at places like Costco and Walmart. And it would provide an option for residents and visitors who are looking for a larger platform of shade without complete prohibition of them. This slide shows the zone that is suggested on Main Beach. The green zone is for the easy ups and the sand area. And the red dots represent the lifeguard towers that are along the beach. And then the next slide is for Aliso Beach, showing an easy up zone in a similar fashion. You can see at the south end of the beach, the line curves slightly, and that's due to rock that's on the beach that's generally exposed and is kind of a natural barrier for something like that to occur. So our suggestion is to have a modification for beach adjacent parks as well. So at beach adjacent parks, Aliso Beach, Crescent Bay, Heisler, Montage, and Main Beach, staff would ask you to consider an 8 by 8 rule for those areas as well. Which is slightly different than the non-adjacent parks. So there's soccer games, softball, baseball, other outdoor activities that are occurring on non-adjacent beach parks. And we're asking that you consider that rule change to 10 feet by 10 feet because that's typically what is needed for a larger group of people.
So that concludes the presentation, and these are the different recommendations for City Council this evening. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have
Staff?
questions. Okay, so Kai, I know we've talked about these shade structures, you and I, Dave, before. But so, what you're proposing to have them at Main Beach and Aliso behind the lifeguard station, but how is that any different? So in my experience is ride-alongs with the park rangers and seeing what the lifeguards do. They spend all their time on the shade structure, spend so much time on the shade structures, not necessarily you guys, but pretty much the park rangers are so distracted by these giant shade structures that I don't think there's not necessarily doing as much enforcement as they could. So to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to say, okay, you can have two beaches back behind the light, but you can't have them anywhere else. I mean, to me, it's easier just to say, there's no easy ups allowed in Laguna Beach. I mean, most of us here grew up sitting underneath umbrellas. We didn't bring giant shade structures down. And also, I have to say, this doesn't sound great, but when people bring big shade structures, they also bring a lot of stuff. And part of the problems with all the trash on the beach is people are bringing a lot of stuff. And then we, as a city, have to get rid of them. So, that's one thing I have an issue with. The second thing is, and this isn't part of it, I've said this before, but I didn't win my argument up here, but in Heisler, where those picnic areas are, they just get trashed. It's really appalling. I mean, I clean up there 3 times a week. I walk through there and I get so annoyed when I go into those picnic areas because people are so disrespectful. And I just feel like we should either take out the barbecues so people stop smoking cigarettes, throwing stuff around, or have them have a permit for the barbecues so that when they're done, if they don't leave it clean, then they don't get their money back. Because I just think it's ridiculous the amount of trash pickup we're doing, the people that are just being completely and utterly inconsiderate. And I think that's a couple of ways that we could kind of cut down on some of the work for Public Works and basically the lack of respect for our town. So anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments from council or staff? None? I'll open it up for public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Hello, how's it going, council? I am Adam Redding Kaufman. I was sitting on my living room couch watching this meeting and I saw this agenda item, special events, and I go, why is Kai Bond sitting up there? And all of a sudden it all clicked. This is about beach events at Aliso Beach and blackball regulation of surfing versus swim zones. I don't think surfing and skimboarding is a special event. And I actually spent like an hour reviewing the full agenda and completely missed this one. So unfortunately, I have not had time to read the revised ordinance or the staff report. I did watch the presentation and thank you for considering my previous concerns. I'm still just a bit confused. I think Alex hit the nail on the head here by questioning, is it going to stay the same? And, you know, I just think that the discretionary surf versus swim zones are extremely important. It's not like Thalia or Agate where we have reef breaks, these structured rocks where the waves break the same way each day, no matter what the conditions are in summer. Aliso is a constantly changing beach, and we need to be able to adjust the black ball daily and, you know, even high tide versus low tide when conditions are going to put people in danger. So really appreciate you guys taking the time to codify all this, and just please keep it the same. The surf community would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. I'm so disappointed that I was ready to come up here and talk about skimboarding and how you guys nailed it. And then there was a last minute change, it looks like, to the language, and I think it's worse than any proposal I've heard. So it used to say in area number 5, it used to say, and what was in the agenda packet was area number 5, South Laguna, that's what's intended. Surfing is allowed. And then it designates a special circumstance for Aliso, exception Aliso. The way it was modified here, it says, this is what we're doing at Aliso, and it makes no mention of what happens throughout the rest of area number 5. So what happens in South Laguna now, and has forever for the county and so forth, that I think we're all trying to continue, but it's not making it into the language, is skimboarding's allowed everywhere in South Laguna. It's a mixed use. The swimmers and the skimboarders both get to use it. And then at 12 or sometimes earlier on the busiest days, the lifeguards will set up a zone and separate the congestion at Aliso. And the skimboarding continues in its own zone, and then there's a safer area you know, that they can watch a little bit more closely, frankly, for the rest of the swimmers and tourists. In my reading, you know, just on the overhead and what they did here, that it gets rid of all of that. And I think that would technically mean that skimboarding and surfing would be illegal through all of South Laguna all summer, except for Aliso when the zone is up. So I think that they just need to take a look at those changes in a little bit. I think the intent's there, but we need to get it right. The rest of the surfing changes I read regarding the rest of Laguna and the other areas looked good. I think 10 by 10 should be allowed at non-beach adjacent parks. I thought that that was an excellent way to separate things. I think the 8 by 8s on beach adjacent parks is a nightmare because 8 by 8 doesn't exist. 10 by 10s exist. And so we're going to get a lot of 10 by 10s shrunk down. So if we're going to do that, just let it be 10 by 10s. I don't think we should do that either, but Aliso can't really facilitate all these easy ups. I think Sue made great comments, honestly, throughout. You know, we're going to get a wall of easy ups and the rangers can't do their jobs. They bring a lot of trash. They bring a lot of stuff. I mean, the easiest option really here is a full ban. The enforcement will be difficult to start, but then people will get the message. We can use a soft hand to start. The Lost Pier and retailers adjacent Main Beach can set up programs to sell beach umbrellas. They can rent beach umbrellas. There are other options that will get people, you know, in the shade without creating this nightmare that we've been experiencing. If there was, and if you were going to allow them at all, I would stray away, you know, at Aliso, I wanted to say the only place that is really appropriate in my mind is by the fire pits adjacent to Lost Pier. That's really is out of the way. But at the same time, you can't have 30 of them over there. It's not going to make any sense. So if you wanted to have a limited number, you could consider some sort of permitting process where there's, you know, 3 or 5 or 2 or whatever it would be that are available. You can go get a permit. You can have a family gathering. You can have a birthday party. You can have your 10 by 10, but there might be only 3 of them on the beach, 2 of them on the beach, whatever it is. And that way you guys can control it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Nick Aronoff. I echo a lot of the comments that these gentlemen have made, and I really appreciate the comments from Councilmember Kempf. I completely agree when it comes to these tents. You know, we need a aside from, real quick, aside from special events like volleyball, there's volleyball tournaments. The high school has a beach volleyball. They need to have their tents. They're there all day. I know there's like the skimboarding events down at Aliso. And there was the recent volleyball tournament the previous weekend. I think if they have a permit for a tournament, or like the high school has, I'm not sure what the setup is, they should have their easy up tents. But other than that, there just needs to be a flat out ban. What I saw over the spring break, and it's been going on for so many summers, like people have said, they bring barbecues, they're bringing all their trash, all their like little like carts full of stuff, and it's ugly. People can, like Aaron said, we can have a program of renting umbrellas with either the pool, the party supply thing, or the beach supply store, or Lost Pier. You can ban them from beach adjacent parks as well. The trashing of Heisler Park constantly happens. People can pay for a permit. I think, I mentioned to Alexa, right, or Alexis, I forget, sorry, last year about, renting, paying for not a permit, but paying to use the barbecue pits. It's a way to generate revenue for the city. It will hold people accountable if they go, and if it's trash, people use the Ask Laguna app, then they won't get their deposit back. There's ways to generate revenue to help pay for the costs associated with cleaning up all these barbecue pits and the way people treat our parks, unfortunately. But down at Main Beach, down at Aliso, like these easy ups just need to be a flat out ban. The lifeguards need to be focused on the beach. Just like Aaron said, there's going to be a wall of easy up tents at Aliso. There'll be a wall of them on the grass at Main Beach, and we don't want that either. And we don't want to come back here, later on for that. It should be one post in the sand, not anymore. There's these new now tents that are like 2 posts, and it's like a waving flag kind of a tent. So there's all these new devices, and people can afford, if they brought an easy up, like I can't imagine anywhere in the world that I've been, and I've been to a lot of countries or in a lot of cities, where I would go with my stuff and think I am entitled to bring something that, our city has deemed not okay to bring. I would then be like, oh crap, I can't use that. All right, I'm going to go purchase what I can use. We should not be, if people can afford a several $100 easy up tent, they can afford a $10 or $20 umbrella. Yeah, I think I covered everything there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? None, I'll bring it back to council. Anybody have any comments?
I have a question for Chief Bond. I got a little confused about Aliso and the surfing skim areas. Can you just go back to that and clarify a little bit more?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, it would be in the same manner that the county had run it before, where we designate a skimboarding zone at Aliso Beach between the hours of 12 and 6 during the summer months to separate the swimmers from the skimboarders, people that aren't aware that hardboards are being used around them for safety reasons. Throughout the rest of South Laguna, skimboarding and swimming would still be allowed.
Can you pull up the wording that Aaron was referring to? Sorry.
No, it's, I think I'm just clarifying. So what you're proposing is no change.
So I think maybe I misunderstood the direction by Chief Bond. The original language says area number 5, surfing is allowed in area number 5, exception in Aliso Beach. There's a zone for surfing. And then there's another provision that says no person shall engage in the activity of surfing outside of those designated surfing areas. And so I think that we can revert the language back to what was originally in the ordinance.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
I feel like we have this conversation every time this item's come up, because I think the wording is so confusing and how we articulate it with the zone anyway. So.
Aaron is always here to defend the skimmers and surfers. They owe you. Any other comments?
So to review again, having spent a fair number of years coaching, like many of us have, I think. So in the non-adjacent beach parks, what are we recommending for the
easy ups?
Easy ups. I think they should be the 10 by 10s, right?
10 by 10.
Yeah. Okay. And then to Nick's point, because I was down there 2 weeks ago and then last week, both, what about the easy ups for the volleyball tournaments and other events? How's that handled?
Those are all permitted through this special event permit process. Right now, it's through like a sports tournament template, either Recreation Committee or City Council approved. So they lay out kind of the whole plan in advance of the tournament that they're proposing.
Will that apply for the high school beach practices as well?
That would be a stipulation that we would include in their permit for to have the shade for the team.
And are they currently required to get permits just for their weekly practices in addition to the tournaments?
The high school has a permit for each practice that they are through the joint use. Even though it's not part of the joint use, but it's through the joint use agreement that we have between the school district and the city right now.
Thank you, Alexis.
So the question really is, are they allowed on the beach or not?
Yeah, I'll take a different viewpoint than Sue. I support the recommendation from staff to allow them. I think at Aliso, I'd take Aaron's point and just put them down by the Lost Pier, allow some number of them down there. And then at Main Beach, I think it's fine to have them back behind the lifeguard tower, especially like if you think of south of the hotel, between that and Pacific Edge, it's all up against a bluff anyway. Why not let somebody have an easy up there? So that would be my view on that.
How would we go about enforcing that? Like, would there be a line in the sand? Because I could see just like on a crowded beach day, it gets so chaotic and the lifeguards are already having to do so many different things. And so I could see that, people would have easy ups in that one section and then it would just continue moving over. And so is that creating an enforcement problem from your perspective, Chief Bond?
That's a great question. Thank you. We would use the towers. They actually line up fairly well on Main Beach and create a straight line across the beach, and we would just put them behind or in line with those towers. So it would not visually obstruct our view of the water, and they would have that option. And just take into consideration too, part of this was still allowing them in Main Beach Park.
So how would they know where on the beach they could put an easy up? They would look at the tower and there would be a sign there?
We would notify them as they're setting up.
Okay, so you don't see like an enforcement issue with that of having to like go up?
We would have to talk to quite a few people to move them back into that zone. But it's similar to the contacts that we're making now.
Okay.
To move them either out of line of sight or to tell them to shrink the easy up.
I agree with Bob.
Well, Alex?
What did Newport do? Didn't they recently do a ban on this? Did they apply it to the whole beach?
Newport did something similar, but it was mostly related to the size of easy ups. They pointed at us for our size at 6 by 6.
What did Dana point do? Just kidding. Okay, so I would go with Bob's recommendation. I'd rather have the umbrellas. I think that there's a point that if we did have a couple of these Lost Pier rented umbrellas and some of these things that it would be the solution. It almost seems like it would be easier to enforce a complete ban than a partial, but do you think otherwise?
I think it's going to be difficult to enforce either way. I mean, we make a lot of public contacts, and the original catalyst for us going into this was to preserve line of sight. I think this accomplishes both goals.
Okay. So Bob's idea was to keep the south of the Lost Pier Cafe, that area there.
I think you were referring to Main Beach.
Well, I said at Aliso, I'd go with what Aaron Peluso recommended, which is put them over by the Lost Pier. At Main Beach, I would follow staff recommendation.
Over where the fire pits are by the Lost Pier on the,
Yeah.
is I think is what you were talking about,
Yes.
right?
Right. But at Main Beach, I would allow them along Main Beach. I'm not exactly sure what the definition of main beach is, but I think it could go down to, you could go south.
Sleepy
like we're
Hollow,
saying.
Sleepy Hollow Stairway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
The-
should resolve that now, actually.
Yeah, so the original drawing that was added into the PowerPoint presentation goes from end of boardwalk to end of boardwalk. If we're interested in extending that to the Sleepy Hollow Stairway or area of Blue Wall, I'd be okay with modifying the map.
I think you just get more room, and you could also just say, we'll go down there, it's, so.
I think it's going to be awkward to have them shoved up against the side of the boardwalk.
I think so what's your, are you with, because I think I'm with Sue on this one where I see the enforcement issues as challenging because what's going to happen is you're going to, the area where they're designated to be is going to fill up. And then what do the people do when they come down with the easy, I see a big enforcement. So I'm going to, I think we should just have a full-on ban because I think we're also going to be creating, as you said, it'll be hard enough to enforce, but I see very complicated enforcement situations where you have a family coming with an easy up, trying to be in that zone, the zone fills up, and then what do? And so I'm going to align with Councilmember Kempf on this.
Well, I know, I think I'm in the minority here, but it'd be a lot easier when you're driving into town if you put on the billboards, no easy ups allowed on the beach. Now, by the coming in, they know they can't do that. But here with this solution, they're going to come in, they're going to go down to wherever, Woods Cove, they're going to try to put up their thing. You guys are going to have to tell them they have to go somewhere else. They're going to go one of the two designated areas, and there won't be enough room. I mean, that's my opinion, but
Yeah, and I mean, for me,
practically.
it comes down to the advancing line of sight for our lifeguards. And I just see a situation from an enforcement perspective where we could potentially undermine that goal, even if in theory, they're only allowed in a certain place. So that's my position.
I see a smile on Dave's face because he knows that now I'm Mark in the middle.
Exactly. We very rarely have the split. I'm what we get, but
That's what you were thinking.
Megan and I are getting on our popcorn.
Now we're going to see what you're really made of here now.
Okay. So the question is, do I compromise? What do I do with these two? So what about the idea of, so I think that if we did do the complete ban, there would have to be a year or two for a rollout, right? I mean, it's going to be difficult to enforce. Right? I mean, how would you do the
I
complete
think
ban?
regardless of what the direction is, unless we keep it as is, now we're going to have to do a campaign through social media in other forms just to let people know of what the new rules are, because people travel from all over the world to visit here with an expectation of using the beach. And, their interpretation of that may be a little bit different once they figure out what that rule is.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with them coming to the beach. We just want to make sure that everyone on the beach is safe and we have adequate line of sight.
So just a reminder to everybody, second reading would be on the 28th, and then the ordinance would take effect on the 28th or 29th, right? Memorial Day weekend.
So do you see an advantage of being able to recommend an option when you had people move? Do you think that would be beneficial to have?
We like to provide options for those that, for anything really, when people come to the beach.
Uh-oh, Aaron's looking at me. He wants to know what I'm made out of. So I'm inclined to go with Bob and Hallie on this right now and see how it works and give you guys a little bit of an option. And if it doesn't work and if we're unhappy with it,
Can we get a report back from the Marine Safety Department in a year
Absolutely.
with enforcement?
Get one for me, because I'm going to be down on the beach watching all this show, how this is actually going to work, because I can't wait to see
I
that.
look forward to my ride along with the Easy Up Patrol.
So
You got it.
just as a reminder, if this goes, the vote goes that way, then easy ups would be allowed on Main Beach behind the lifeguard tower line of sight, could extend down the cliffside until about Sleepy Hollow, but nowhere else except Aliso Beach and just the section which would be southerly of the Lost Pier where the fire rings are. And again, behind the line of sight as designated on the map.
Unless otherwise permitted, correct? So
Unless otherwise permitted, by a special event permit or the joint use agreement with the high school, the district. And then the beach park regulations would be, they 8 by 8 would be allowed. Everywhere else, other parks, sorry, it'd be 10 by 10 would be allowed.
Yes,
The
and
motion.
sorry, as a little clarification, there is language that was proposed to replace a section in the ordinance in the staff report. I think that just like the city has done, or city staff has done with respect to volleyball nets and courts, I think Councilmember Whalen brought up a good point for city events or like volleyball tournaments that, are already going to be permitted. I assume that there are going to be some tables necessary and potentially the shade coverings. And so I think I want to add to the provisions of shade coverings on beaches and parks and tables on beaches and parks that there is the exception for, so just reading it into the record. So shade coverings other than umbrellas in a form substantially similar to figure 1 below are prohibited on all beaches within the city except for Main Beach and Aliso Beach unless approved by the city manager or designee and has all required approvals from the city. And then for parks as well, shade coverings and structures are allowed at beach adjacent parks within the city, but cannot exceed 8 feet in width by 8 feet in height, and by 8 feet in depth unless approved by the city manager and designee and has all required approvals from the city. And then shade coverings and structures are allowed at non-beach adjacent parks within the city, but cannot exceed 10 feet in width by 10 feet in depth by 10 feet in height unless approved by the city manager or designee and has all required approvals from the city. In the staff report with the alternative option, and then with respect to tables, no person shall install, erect, or maintain any table over 6 feet in length by 3 feet in width on any beach within the city unless approved by city manager or designee and has all required approvals from the city. And the same goes within a public park. There are also definitions that need to be added into 18.01, which are listed in the staff report, which defines beach adjacent park and non-beach adjacent park. And then in terms of the actual area at Aliso Beach, I just want to make sure where we are revising that green shaded section. If it's possible, do you mind pulling up just that image of Aliso Beach that's shaded in green? Because as I understand it, we would remove the green that is all to the north where there are the 3 lifeguard towers and then keep that section that is just to the south.
With the Lost Pier Cafe being the dividing line, which is the unshaded, no, sorry.
So a little shorter than that.
Right.
So really,
Southernmost.
so where the parking lot ends.
No.
The
Where
other
the building ends.
Okay, where the building
The
ends.
other side of the building, right?
Okay.
The south side of the building.
Okay,
Okay.
great. All right, thank you. That is clear.
So I hope that was a motion.
You should make the motion since you're the one who put this whole thing up.
How do you want to handle this, Madam Attorney? As far as the motion to cover all we just said.
Well, we can, Mr. Mayor, we can incorporate what Ms. Abzug just read into the record as part of the motion. So if you're ready to proceed, I think you can proceed with the recommended action with the amendments as proposed by the Assistant City Attorney.
Okay. Is there any other feedback, any other conversation that council wants to have?
That captures the clarification Hallie had on that conversation on Zone 5 surfing. Okay.
Okay. So then let's
Take
go.
a vote. Gotta take a vote.
We need a
Is the
second.
motion on the table? I'll second the motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Thank you.
No,
Well, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, should we just split the question?
yeah, we need to bifurcate yeah.
So why don't you remove from the motion the question of the divide? And then.
Okay, so
We can,
you want a separate motion for that then?
Yes, you want to separate motion.
No, otherwise I'm gonna vote no on the whole thing.
Would you like to
Vote
make a
no.
substitute motion? Is that what you want to make
I
a?
think she just wants to vote no.
No one is, I was too.
Oh, no.
That's obnoxious.
Just say no.
So
No, but she doesn't want to vote against the whole thing. She wants to just vote.
I'm not voting against the whole thing. I'm just voting against this misguided plan for the easy ups.
time for commentary is over. But
You asked.
all right, so why don't we, is it section 1804020, A and B? Jane, were those was that the section? We can move separately.
So section 1804.020 relates to the shade coverings, tables, and volleyball nets and courts.
So A, B, and C. So that whole section?
A,
Yes.
B, and C, and then also the definitions in chapter 18.01 that defines beach adjacent park and non-beach adjacent parks.
Okay, so I would move separately then approval of 1804.020 on shade coverings, tables, volleyball nets, and courts with the modifications the Assistant City Attorney read into the record and the addition of the definitions referenced by the Assistant City Attorney.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so then I'd move can we now just move the balance of the recommended action?
With the correct link, yeah.
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 So I'd move the balance of the recommended action that was not covered by the first motion.
which includes the clarification to the surfing areas.
Survey.
I hope so.
That's
Okay.
in the original.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We got it?
Yeah, this is coming back for second reading, so you have one more chance to talk about this again.
Thanks, you guys, for
Thanks,
your work on that.
Staff for the
Good.
patience there.
17.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Pierre Sawaya, Capital Program Manager, here tonight to present on the bond sale for the Fairview La Brea Assessment District. On January 13th of this year, City Council held a public hearing to tally ballots for the Assessment District project. At that time, there was a weighted majority of votes in favor of the utility undergrounding project. Following the vote, a cash collection period occurred, providing property owners the opportunity to prepay their assessments. Those notices were mailed out on January 23rd. And in response, the city received 17 full prepayments and 2 partial prepayments, totaling approximately $739,000. So the adjusted total assessment amount, which was $4.3 million, came down to approximately $3.5 million. The bond sale would be a public offering for this district, which is consistent with the last several districts that was brought before council. It would be for a 25-year term, a 5% true interest rate, and bond proceeds to the tune of $3.33 million. Following approval tonight, The projected bond sale would occur on April 23rd, with the bond closing and the bond proceeds coming in on or after May 7th. Following receipt of the bond proceeds, the city anticipates construction beginning on the project in June of 2026. In addition, tonight, city staff is asking for city council to award a task order to Accenture to provide full-time construction inspection and part-time construction management for the project. And that would be for the amount of $160,000. Additionally, city staff is asking that advance payments be made to the utility companies, and that would be to lock in current construction costs for the project and also for the utilities to begin procuring materials for construction. At the time of the cash collection notice, the city did provide an option or a notice in the letter for property owners who were interested in the loan deferment program to apply to the program. And this program provides financial assistance to property owners who would have financial difficulty paying their assessments. While the city did receive one application, it was determined that the applicant did not meet the requirements of the program. So for that reason, the loan deferment program is not utilized for this specific district. Shown on this table is the project accounting. Just to run through it quickly, the estimated expenditures for the project have the construction costs at $4.3 million, incidental expenses at a little over $217,000, and the bond issuance costs, bringing all those estimated expenditures at approximately $5 million. To match that on the revenue side, the bond proceeds would come in around $3.33 million, and including the bond premium, the aforementioned prepayments of $739,000, and then lastly, the city's general benefit and city contribution to the project, which was nearly $950,000. And that brings the balance to $5 million, matching the expenditures. And that brings us to tonight's recommended actions, which are quite a few, but I'll quickly preface them, which are for City Council to adopt 2 resolutions for the issuance of the bonds. It would approve the purchase of the public offering municipal bonds at a 25-year term at 5%. Authorizing the city manager to award a task order to Accenture for construction management and inspection services. Appropriate $5 million for the construction of the project. Authorize the city manager to enter into utility company agreements and make advance payments to the utilities. And lastly, to determine that the actions tonight are exempt from CEQA. That concludes this presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
I see we have a couple of our consultants here that, good to see you both. I was wondering if Jim Fabian could come up. I'm just curious a little bit as to, Jim's our financial advisor. We used to work together on a number of financings. I'm curious, Jim, as to what's happened to the muni bond market with the war and other repercussions of that.
Sure. Thank you. Once again, Jim Fabian, Fieldman Rollap and Associates, the city's municipal advisor, mayor, members of council. We definitely saw a abrupt change in the bond market due to the war in March. We have seen a nice return back to not quite where we were, but very headed in the right direction. We have put into the staff report the good faith estimates that is in the packet. That 5.01% true interest cost has a 25 basis point cushion built into it. We feel confident that next week when we sell the bonds, we'll have good demand for the bonds. The Laguna Beach name is really highly regarded by investors. The last public offering we did for the last assessment district went really well, and we anticipate that next week this cell will go really well too. So, it's every day you wake up and you look at the news and you hope, things are getting better and better. And, in the last 2 to 3 weeks, we have seen a downturn in interest rates that looks like to be a good trend.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And then the other aspect this here is more on the legal side, and I realize we don't have our disclosure counsel here tonight, but we have, and I just want to remind council again, because we're, going to enter the public securities market. We have real responsibilities as elected officials, and our staff has responsibilities. So we have the disclosure responsibility memo, which is on pages 152 and 153. And I just wondered if somebody could quickly summarize for us, maybe Mernal could do that, remind us what our responsibilities are, and then I'd like to hear kind of how our staff has participated in the preparation of the preliminary official statement.
Sure. So under SEC federal regulations, you're required to review the official statement to make sure that it does not contain any material omissions and is a complete document that contains material facts. So you as council members have a unique opportunity where you may know something about this district or about the assessments that perhaps nobody else knows. And it's your obligation and duty to make sure that the materials reflected in the official statement are accurate and correct. With respect to staff's involvement, they have reviewed the official statement multiple times. Both Michelle Bannigan and Pierre have reviewed through it, as well as Laura Parisi, and have provided comments on multiple rounds of the official statement.
Thank you. Glad to hear that. Appreciate the explanation. I don't know of any unusual facts with respect to this assessment district, but it's good to have the explanation, so thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
I have two kind of project level questions. So one is, do we have a construction schedule for this project? So we know the goal is to start in June. What is the timeline for the project? And I'm going to be asking this for Bluebird as well.
Yeah, for this project, given the size, it's approximately 90 parcels.
Okay.
We're thinking the construction duration will be somewhere between 4 to 6 months for the civil construction. A little bit harder to say for the utilities, just depending on how quickly they mobilize and get their work done.
Yeah,
But
okay.
the intent would be to, if we start in the summer, to kind of work toward hopefully the end of the year or early next year completion.
Is there a way, so I understand that we're giving them the money now to lock in the prices, and it's always great to get money earlier rather than later. Can we include in that like some sort of an agreement where I deal with the utility companies all the time in my day job, but is there a way where we could use the weight of the city and get them to cooperate in a timely manner, so we don't have unnecessary delays?
I mean, we can just continue communicating with them, letting them know our time frame or what our completion schedule for our civil construction. It also does depend on the completion of the private connections by property owners. So as long as we stay on a good track with those, that does weigh into how quickly and how efficiently the utilities can mobilize and then complete their portion of the work.
But is there a downside to getting them to, as part of this advance payment, to say, can you also sign this agreement to make best efforts to meet a certain date? And then we'll get to the private utility lines after that.
They go sort of hand in hand. So
Yeah, but I'm going to ask a question about that in a second. But is there a way, if we could assume that we could figure out how to get the private utility lines done in a timely manner, then is there a way to kind of get some just avoid unnecessary inefficiency with the utility companies?
we can certainly communicate that to the utilities. So if we say, hey, for example, on this date, we expect all their private connections to be completed, then we can build their schedule out from there and make sure that they're on point. And they're usually, at least on Edison's end, they're usually the lead on the utility side. If we communicate that to them, then they can start coordinating and scheduling their crews
Okay.
to make sure they're out there cabling and doing the connections.
So then the question about the private, the private utility lines that a lot of residents are going to have to do, are they able to start now that process? Because I know that for the Glenary district, that was a huge issue and caused delays. What's the best approach of how we can, learn from the past and figure out what the best, most efficient way is to do these districts?
I think the answer would be yes and no.
Okay.
We generally tell residents not to start their work right away, just because you want to have the backbone and the services trenched to the edges of the streets or the property lines first, so their contractors know where to connect to on the house side. There is always the risk if you're doing the trenching before our contractor comes through and does their work in the streets, there might be a mismatch, right? There might be an obstacle, some underground obstruction.
Okay.
And suddenly you're 5 feet, 10 feet off. And then that introduces additional work, additional costs for the property owners. And I'm not saying that is going to occur all the time, but it is an assumed risk that a property owner would take if they want to get a jump on the private connection work.
Okay. Thank you.
So Alex, on your first question, were you insinuating, just for clarity, that understanding would be understood contractually?
Yeah, I mean, it's more of just like getting all these people on the record, because I'm just so sick of all this inefficiency where we have different levels of different utility companies causing delays in different areas. And so, I think that to the extent that we can, and maybe legally we're not able to, and they might not agree to it, but we have, the city manager can say, okay, you guys signed this MOU agreeing to this timeline. What's going on? What's the reason for the delay? I'm just trying to figure out how we can make sure that all of our projects are moving forward in the most timely manner, and that we're mitigating any unnecessary inefficiency just from utilities not playing ball with us.
So the bottom line, we have delays and we're wondering how we can mitigate the delays.
Yeah,
Are there any
proactive.
examples in other cities?
Yeah, I think, I don't know that we do it any less or more efficiently than anybody else. I think, to Mr. Renagi's point, we should have a conversation with Edison as to their willingness to commit, and maybe we present that as here's what we're proposing to you. Because I can just kind of understand how SCE is going to react to that, but doesn't mean we shouldn't try hard.
And I would add, I mean, Edison for their part has been pretty good about getting out there and getting the jump, at least for Woods Cove. There are a lot of connections for that district that still need to be completed, and they're in the process of being completed. But Edison has been out there. They have been cabling and installing their cabinets and their structures where they can to get a jump on the work in anticipation of the private connections being done soon. So it's not a complete wait and then they start. It's work that occurs at the same time. And then once those connections are done and they're ready to go, they'll jump into what they call that cutover phase to get homes connected to the new system.
And Pierre, you might want to talk about some of the other improvements, the lessons learned, and not that they needed to be learned, but just as we've guided through this, like making sure that we had at the building side a dedicated inspector on our side to clear connections quickly. And we've done that. And then the other one was, and I'm not sure how we navigated through this, but making sure that one private contractor is not like securing too many permits that they can't do the work effectively in a timely manner. Do you want to comment on either of those things?
Yes. So to the first point, we've worked with the building division to get more or less a dedicated inspector to go out there and do their inspections on the connections, and just make sure that process is rolling along smoothly, and we're not having any hiccups there. And I'm sorry, what was the second question?
Second question, let me see if I remember it. One was in the inspector.
One contractor getting too much.
Yeah, the contractor who got all the permits.
The contractors.
I apologize too.
So yeah, I've had
focusing on something else.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, we've had conversations with the building division on that, and we're just trying to build more awareness with them, but also with the local contractors to say, hey, don't bite off more than you can chew. So we're trying to monitor that, work with them, communicate with them, so they're picking up maybe 8 or 10 permits at a time, getting that work done before jumping and getting too far ahead. So we've certainly built that awareness amongst staff, but also with the local contractors.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Okay, we'll turn it over to public comment. Do we have any speakers on this matter? You guys are making it too easy. Okay, none, bring it back to council. Do we have any other comments? Want to make a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Okay, we can move on to item 18. Proposed underground utility assessment district for Bluebird Canyon Drive.
Okay, for item number 18, this is a new assessment district, Bluebird Canyon Drive, Assessment District 2025-3. This new assessment district is located in the upper Bluebird neighborhood, as shown on the map on the right. The eastern portion of that neighborhood is already undergrounded. So as shown within that boundary would really complete that more westerly portion of that upper Bluebird neighborhood. The district is composed of 158 parcels, and it encompasses portions of Bluebird Canyon Drive, Madison Place, Wyckoff, Dyer, Crab Way, and a myriad of other streets within the district, small streets. The project would remove 58 utility poles within the boundaries, and it would also underground approximately 7,200 feet of overhead wires. Over the last year or year and a half, city staff has coordinated with property owners on this project. Staff has conducted neighborhood visits to get eyes on the poles and the wires, and have also conducted several meetings with project proponents to kind of walk them through the assessment district process, in addition to some of the challenges of the project. Straw polling was conducted by the proponents in early 2025, and that later transitioned to a formal petitioning effort, which occurred between August and October of 2025. During that phase, proponents obtained signed petitions from property owners. In total, they received 84 petitions of 158 parcels, which is 53% of the total parcels. Shown here is the request tonight for funding to get the project up and running. The bulk of the expenses shown here are for assessment engineering and for utility design costs, and rounded out with some entitlement costs. The total ask tonight would be $310,000 to get that phase of engineering rolling. This neighborhood is similar to the recent Top of the World neighborhood that was brought before you a couple months ago, in the sense that it consists of not only public streets, but private streets. This neighborhood consists of tract numbers 989 and 2218, which consists of public streets like Bluebird Canyon Drive, but also lettered lots and a myriad of private streets. So anywhere that utility undergrounding would occur along those private streets, utility easements would be required by the utility companies. Edison would run on front and center on developing those easement documents, and they would be presenting those to city staff for the acquisition process. So once we receive those documents, staff would go out, acquire those easements with the property owners to the extent feasible, and depending on the results, we would report back to city council on the results and where we stand on the easement acquisitions. So talking schedule for this project, like most assessment districts, it's typically a 4 to 6 year process. Utility designs are expected to last approximately 18 months for Edison, Frontier, and Cox. The easement acquisitions that we just discussed. We don't have a time frame for that, but staff will work diligently to acquire those easements and discuss those with property owners. Then building in and happening concurrently with the easement acquisitions will be the design review process with Planning Commission, construction bidding, and the city council actions and resolutions leading up to the public hearing and final vote, which is approximately 12 months. For the size of a project, which is a little bit on the larger side, we're thinking the construction phase would be approximately 12 months with utility work and overhead removals of about 6 months. And we will work with the utilities and the contractor to shorten that as much as possible and be as efficient as possible during construction. And that brings us to tonight's recommended actions, which are to establish a fund for the project, appropriate $310,000 from the wildfire fund to start engineering designs, authorize the city manager to enter into utility company agreements and make advance payments to the utilities, solicit proposals for assessment engineering and street lighting design if needed, and lastly, determining that the actions tonight are exempt from CEQA. And that concludes this presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you put the slide back up with the timeline? So the Bluebird residents got this 4 to 6 year time estimate, which is a long time. So Pierre, is there any way we can shrink down the time?
I think we have some control over the actions that we do internally. So, sorry.
The design review.
So the design review, the construction bidding, the city council actions, we can probably shore that up and shorten it up a little bit and just be as efficient as we can. The bigger question marks are really with the utility designs. You know, we're the squeaky wheel with the utilities and just reminding them, hey, hit your dates. But the bigger question mark to me are the easement acquisitions, right? That's something that is going to happen quickly, is going to take a long time, but I think we'd work with the property owners to prime them beforehand. And when we do get those documents, share it with them, make sure they understand what it is, and hopefully get that acquisition process done fairly quickly.
Is the reason we do above or design review because of above ground transformers?
Correct. So in Edison territory, we can actually place transformers in vaults down below ground, and we typically do that where we can. But it's also for all the other above ground structures. So if you have meter cabinets for street lighting, you have vent stand pipes for those transformer vaults, you have other pedestals and cabinets for the other utilities. So the design review is for those specific utility structures.
Thank you. Other questions?
Did we?
We talked about it during the.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't remember what we did.
I thought, isn't that part of the efficiency ordinance?
I think we exempted it from DR.
We should make a special call out of it when we present it to you next week,
Yeah.
in 2 weeks. Yeah.
I know we talked about it. I think we directed that to happen. Pierre, so this is new for us, the easement acquisitions, because of, the private streets aspect, as you pointed out. So and you said Edison will take the lead on the documents. So the utility design will then tell them where they need to acquire easements, and then they'll actually draw up the very specific easements, with the legal descriptions and everything, and then we'll have to go out and get them signed. Is that the drill?
Correct. So it is dictated on the design and where the trenching is going to be occurring on those private streets. So they would draw up those legal descriptions, plats if needed, and then that comes to city staff to work with the property owners to get those easements signed.
And most of the time is related to that issue, the easements.
It varies project to project. We've
In
done.
this particular case?
In this case with the private streets, yes.
Yeah.
Are there a lot more private easements likely required in Bluebird than was Old Top of the World? It seems to me like there was.
There could be. I mean, we'll see as the design progresses, but there are many lettered lots and small streets that are private within Bluebird versus Top of the World, which is just one lot B,
Right.
commonly owned. So we'll see how it all shakes out.
Okay. Any other questions, staff? Open it up
Not
for
a
public hearing.
staff,
Yeah. Did you have a question?
Well, I see Susan Harpal.
No,
some
public
other-
comment.
Yeah.
I'm going to open it up for
Have
public
you
comment.
opened it up?
No,
Okay.
I'm right now. Do we have speakers on this issue?
Good evening, council members. I'll be brief. First, I just want to thank you guys for last year helping to streamline the undergrounding process. I think the moves that you made were good. We've already chopped, maybe 4 to 6 months out of the process by not having to go direct to the straw polls. So appreciate that. I think with this action tonight, as you guys are already on the right path, thinking about what we can do to streamline and take more time out of the process, 4 to 6 years is it's a pretty shocking number when you talk to a lot of the residents. We understand that Edison and some of the other utility companies are part of that, really driving that timeline. But whatever we can do, including if we can advance, assemble some of the easements, et cetera. And then I think last, if there's anything that the city can do in terms of finding funding sources that could support this. I know Edison claims to be tapped dry, but in the endeavors, if that could be done, that would be awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Other speaker?
Council members, I'm David Urnez, own a couple properties up on top of Bluebird. I wanted to address the fact that the map that was sent around isn't current. Last November, there were 3 new poles added up on the 1500 block of Bluebird Canyon. They were a fire safety upgrade by Edison, and they actually approached me for 2 easements to allow this. The purpose of this was to move the power lines away from the homes on the south side of Bluebird at the 1500 block to give some separation. They actually ran right over top of the buildings. I was surprised when they finished this, they left the old pole in. They were supposed to remove it. And I've got to spend 40 grand this spring having Cox and Frontier move the low voltage stuff and get rid of the pole. So I'd like to make sure that this, whatever you guys vote on, specifically includes these additional 3 poles, which means it's 61, less the one that I'm paying to remove, which is the older one that was there in the first place. Well, that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Good evening, Council. This is an important milestone in the process, and we as a neighborhood really appreciate city's leadership and support in moving the project forward. The next major milestone is the vote on the assessment district, which may not occur for 4 years after the individual property assessments are completed. Given that we're one of the 3 highest fire hazard severity zones in the city, the timeline raises serious concerns. In the case of a fire or an earthquake, down utility poles can block critical evacuation routes, compounding the risk to the residents and the responders. We respectfully but strongly urge the city to identify and pursue available methods to significantly shorten the time frame. Accelerating this process is a matter of public safety and risk reduction, and we urge you to treat this with urgency. Thank you.
Susan, quick question for you. And thank you for all the neighbors for, moving this along to this point. The 53% figure that Pierre mentioned is kind of low. It's lower than we typically see or like to see before we start this, because we're putting $310,000 of our money in that we won't recover if it doesn't. I just wondered if you had any observations on the 53%, or do you think that'll improve over time, or any sense of that?
Yeah, this sort of straw poll voting that we did, or reach out that we did, indicated there was broad support. We were in a hurry to submit this to the city, And there are a lot of people in Bluebird who are away for a lot of elderly people who go away for significant periods of time. It's sometimes hard to reach people. So we considered, waiting and trying to get more signatures, but frankly, we're just concerned about the safety issue and decided to submit with 53%.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. It sounds like your sense is there's more support out there.
Yeah. Once people understand what the options are for paying, that you can pay in full, you can pay through your assessment of the property tax, or if you qualify for full deferment. And those options made it much more attractive to many people.
Could I add something, Bob, real quick?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Paul.
I think just on that, so you're right, the total was low. But if you look at everybody that was actually contacted, and I think the hit rate was something closer to like the high 80s or the low 90s. So I think that might be a more interesting metric to look at, is who was reached and who also agreed to.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None, I'll bring it back to council.
Echoing my comments on the previous item, it seems like in this case, the easement acquisition could really turn into a nightmare. And also I see a lot of value from Edison's perspective in trying to figure out like a strategy with the city, with the neighbors early on. So maybe the city attorney and, Pierre and Edison could get, work together on figuring out what the most efficient way is to streamline that process. Because I mean, you talk about how it can be hard to just get a signature for something, but dealing with Edison on an easement like that and then the city it can be, I think that could really drag out this project. And as as Susan and others indicated, that there's clear public safety implications. So anything we can do to streamline that process would be great.
Other comments from council? None. Do I have a motion?
I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Brings us to 19. Okay, Dave, there's a lot of folks in the audience we believe are here for 21. We're wondering if it would be practical to.
As long as our fire team doesn't mind. Do you mind?
It's a long presentation.
Actually, this is a fairly brief one.
We'll just let them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
Yeah,
leave
just
talking
give
fast.
We can.
You can
switch
just move
20,
the recommended
21.
action too.
And you're gonna have someone running in from community development.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. We can move Michelle to the end, I think. So Michelle wasn't mine. All right.
I thought we were gonna. Yeah, you can just move recommended action.
So what's being handed out is a corrected resolution relating to the rates. Thank you, Emery.
Thank you, Emery. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Andrew Hill, Deputy Fire Chief. Joining me this evening are your Fire Chief, Nico King, and Senior Administrative Analyst, Kirsten Gallagher. Tonight, item number 19 is going to be just a quick report on our ambulance program. A request for a rate increase for our ambulance fees and an ambulance purchase request. Quick program overview and background. We launched the program in July 1st of 2022. At the request of council, we were asked to improve our response times, ensure a higher reliability in emergency medical transport, maintain local control over our emergency medical transport, and operate in a fiscally sustainable manner while supporting career development and training for the fire department staff. And I think we've done a pretty good job of meeting those asks. Over the past 3 years, we've transported close to 5,000 patients. We're averaging about 1,600 per year transported to our local hospitals. Our ambulances are operated by ambulance operators. These are part-time employees that are on a 3-year limited term contract. We have gone through, we've just hired our 100th ambulance operator. Of those folks over the years, we've had 5 that have been hired by our department as full-time firefighters. We've had 24 go to other local agencies as firefighters. So close to 30% of all that we've hired have gone on for firefighter jobs. We've had several that have gone into other fields as well. Next.
So the financial picture of the program over the past few fiscal years reflects a consistent operational trend. In fiscal year 23-24, the program operated with a net cost of about $161,000. Beginning in fiscal year 24-25, the city began participating in the state's Intergovernmental Transfer Variable Rate Reimbursement Program, or IGTVRRP. This increased expenditures due to required intergovernmental transfer contributions, which are based on transport volume. However, the program also increased revenues through supplemental reimbursements. So with IGTV-RRP in place, fiscal year 24-25 reflects a positive net position of approximately $113,000, and fiscal year 25-26 year to date remains positive at about $97,000.
As you can see on the right is a quick look at what our current payer mix is. That is where our reimbursement for services is being paid from. Those numbers change year to year, but the distribution generally does not. So Medicare is our number 1 contributor to our reimbursement for services, with Medi-Cal. Private insurance, typical HMOs, PPOs. We have a small amount of cash pay, and then 3% are others. The others really represent some of the smaller numbers, such as agreements we have with TRICARE, which provides services to the military and veterans. So we're asking this, yes, ma'am.
What's a typical cash pay?
There really isn't one. I would say our closer is a typical just repayment. So when we get into our raising our ambulance rates, one of the things, Councilmember Kemp, is you'll see that the majority of a rate increase will be borne by private insurance and cash pay. So we do have, I don't know the exact number of what their average payment is, but they do make up a significant number of our patients. They're about 4th in line, I believe.
Okay.
So that brings us to a raise in the ambulance reimbursement. As everyone knows, the cost at the pump has gone up, but so has all of our costs for medical supplies, maintenance and equipment, and our operating expenses have gone up since July 1st of 2022, when we set our current ambulance rates. So tonight we're asking you for a kind of a makeup raise, which is a 10.3%, which is the equivalency of our CPI over the last 3 years. We're estimating with that increase, we will recoup about $92,000 in additional reimbursement for the services provided. And we're asking for just an automatic increase based on CPI going forward for the next 5 years. By comparison, if you look over to the right, we set our price in 2021 when we actually set the price, but went into service in 22 at $2,800. With this 10% increase, we're looking at $3,000. As you go down from there, you'll see that all of our neighboring agencies have also had some fairly significant rate increases, some as high as 63% in that 3 to 4 year period. The final ask this evening is for a 4th ambulance. When we built our system, we anticipated needing 2 ambulances for 24 hours a day in the city to provide service. What we found out is in the summer months between Memorial Day and Labor Day, we were getting an influx of calls that we could not handle with 2 ambulances. So we took our 3rd ambulance, which was our spare ambulance, and we started staffing it for 12 hours a day between Memorial Day and Labor Day. That ambulance over the years has averaged about 200 patients a summer for transporting, which means that the other 2 ambulances were busy at that time. So by adding an additional ambulance, we're just looking to build in some redundancy into our system and have the opportunity for one more surge ambulance to be in position when needed. These are our staff recommendations, and so we are more than happy to provide answers to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
So thanks for the report. That's great. It's really interesting how steady, annually, year to year, the number of patients are, right? I mean, it's within a few handful. So on the, we have the 3 ambulances. We're going to add a 4th, which I think is a good call. I'm just wondering, what are we, 3 years into the program now? So have we slotted in vehicle replacements for the first 3 kind of out in our vehicle replacement fund out there, probably because looks like it takes a whole year to get an ambulance up and going to you, right? So
Yeah, the one that we're looking to purchase was built for another agency that didn't take delivery. Otherwise, yeah, we're looking at a year out. The way we're looking to finance these through a lease to purchase option allows us to remain, I guess what we would say, cost neutral to the general fund. So it allows us to just use our existing funds in the ambulance and our income from the ambulance to pay for those additional units. That's how our current 3 are funded. They're funded on a 7-year lease to purchase agreement. We make a payment at the end of every calendar year. So without having to dip into the vehicle replacement fund cash, we're able to just continue this program off into the future and hopefully keep maintaining that cost neutrality for us.
that makes a lot of sense. Do you think we'll have to replace all 3 at once at the end of 7 years? Or I guess I'm wondering, it's a question for the future, I know. I'm just
Yeah,
wondering how you're-
and it's been tough for us to try to plan that out as well. I would anticipate at least 2 coming up within maybe another 2 years. We start looking at how we're going to replace them because they do still have quite a long lead time.
Well, it's a great program, and thank you for all the work you guys have done on it.
Other questions? None? Okay, I'll open it up for public comments. Do we have any speakers on this issue? None? I'll bring it back to council.
Move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
That was a good report, you guys.
Great report.
Thank you.
guys.
So the next item, the recommendation is to move the item about 600 Buena Vista up. So we'll just flip Michelle's presentation until after that. So I think staff is Anthony and Chweta and Matt.
And this is a public hearing.
Good evening, mayors and members of the council. Item 21 is a general plan amendment and local coastal program amendment regarding deletion of a water course at 600 Buena Vista Way. The project site is zoned residential hillside protection and currently has an entitlement for single-family residents and site improvements which are currently under construction. The city council is being asked to adopt a general plan amendment and local coastal program amendment, amending the open space and conservation element map for the major watersheds and drainage courses. Per the city's zoning code, Significant natural water courses can be deleted so long as they no longer serve a distinct functional, scenic, or ecological purpose. The hydrology study that was submitted by the applicants and prepared by Toll Engineering concluded that the existing and proposed upstream tributary areas to the mapped water course are currently intercepted by drain inlets and underground pipes and discharged to Temple Hills Drive, or have historically flown down Buena Vista Way. The report noted that the runoff from the hills above the project site, including the portion which was previously a tributary to the watercourse, is being collected in 8 and 10-inch storm drain pipes, and the existing watercourse no longer serves a distinct and functional purpose. Additionally, the hydrology study noted that the project site is located within an established residential neighborhood and is surrounded with developed single-family homes, including paved roads, curb, gutter, and storm drain infrastructure. The presence of the built environment establishes that the site exists within a developed residential context and is not an open space or visually prominent natural setting. Given the developed residential surroundings and lack of discernible natural channel or riparian vegetation, the drainage area does not provide density relief, visual separation, or enhancement of public view corridors, and as such does not provide a distinct scenic purpose. The biological resources reviewed prepared by LSA found that no wetlands, drainage features, or riparian habitat areas were present on the properties during the survey of the site. The report further determined that the project site does not function as a wildlife movement corridor and does not provide an ecological value in the form of wildlife habitat, biotic habitat areas, feeding or breeding areas, or wildlife movement pathways. As such, the watercourse does not serve a distinct ecological purpose. Based on the conclusions of the hydrology report and biological resources review, which was affirmed through peer review by the city's consultant, the technical evidence submitted concludes that the map's significant natural watercourse does not serve an ecological, scenic, or functional purpose as defined by the city's regulation and meets the criteria for deletion. The Planning Commission is given the authority to determine if a map's significant natural watercourse meets the criteria for deletion as outlined in the zoning code section 2550-030B. The Planning Commission voted 401 with Commissioner Kellenberg recused at the March 4th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting and found that the deletion of the watercourse was warranted and recommended that the City Council approve the required general plan amendment and local coastal program amendment to amend the watershed and drainage courses map in the open space and conservation elements. The Commission's decision regarding the deletion of the watercourse is final as no appeal was filed to the City Council. City Council action is required for the general plan amendment and local coastal program amendment only. Government Code section mandates that general plan elements and parts thereof be integrated, internally consistent, and include a compatible statement of policies for adopting. Staff has confirmed that the proposed update to the map watercourses map is consistent with the general plan and advances identified policies, goals, and objectives related to the landscape and scenic highways element, open space and conservation elements, and the land use element. The city's local coastal program amendment was certified by the Coastal Commission on January 13, 1993, and grants the city permission to adopt authority within the coastal zone. The proposed LCP amendment is composed of is required to be consistent with the general plan, and therefore we are requesting that the City Council also adopt a LCP amendment. Since publication of the staff report, 2 public comments were received on the project by the application providing concerns regarding the open space dedication for the property, as well as the design review board condition for the entitlements. A letter was submitted by a resident expressing concern regarding the city's definition of a water course, the evidence supporting the deletion, CEQA piecemealing, and potential future development of the site. The applicant in response submitted a letter responding to the concerns. Based on the applicant's concerns raised, staff is recommending the following revisions to the resolution included in the agenda packet. In section 2CI of the draft resolution on page 3, we're proposing to strike the language that reads, in addition, removing this map feature from the major watersheds and drainage courses map changes the city's requirement to provide dedicated open space over the area currently shown as mapped watercourse. On section 2CII of page 4 in the draft resolution, again, the sentence stating, in addition, removing the map feature from the mapped watersheds and drainage courses map would not change the city's requirement to provide dedicated open space on the area currently shown as a mapped watercourse. In section 3CII on page 5 of the resolution, staff is recommending deletion of the second line stating that the deletion of a watercourse from the property will not induce development, as that area of the property is dedicated open space as a condition of approval in the entitlements for the development of the property. Lastly, in section 4 of the draft resolution on page 5, we're recommending striking the sentence that reads, additionally, the deletion of the watercourse from the property will not induce development on the property, as the area of the property is restricted as dedicated open space under the original project entitlement. Staff's recommendation is that the council adopt resolution 252345, adopting general plan amendment 232345 and local coastal program amendment 252369, amending the city's open space and conservation elements to remove a significant natural water course on the major watersheds and drainage courses map located at and around 600 Buena Vista Way. Requesting such local coastal program amendment certification by the California Coastal Commission and incorporating the changes presented as part of staff's presentation this evening. And finding the exact action exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you.
The applicant.
Thank you. Before we move on to questions of staff, do any council members have any ex parte communications to announce?
I met with the property owners, David and Susan, and briefly spoke with their legal counsel, Larry Noakes.
I spoke with Larry Noakes.
I spoke with Larry Noakes briefly.
I did as well.
Okay. Any questions of staff?
I've got a few because I'm trying to understand. So one of the earlier slides said there was no appeal from the Planning Commission action, and thus that action is not subject of what we're doing here. So could we go back to that slide? I don't.
Sure.
I mean, if that's the case, and well, let's see what the language says. I don't exactly remember.
That was noted on slide 4. The distinction between the action by the commission and tonight's consideration is the zoning code gives the authority to the planning commission to review the criteria for deletion of a water course. City council is given the authority to adopt the general plan amendment and local coastal program amendment that would effectuate the change to the map in the city's general plan and maps
And zoning code? Or the planning commission's actions?
I mean, if their action's final, I don't, I'm having a hard time connecting the dots here.
If I may, just add to this. So there is an adjudicatory decision that is considered by the Planning Commission, in which the Planning Commission considers evidence and weighs whether or not findings can be made to remove the water course. And that adjudicatory decision has been completed by the Planning Commission. There is a process whereby someone can appeal that adjudicatory decision to the City Council. In this case, that adjudicatory decision was not appealed to the City Council, so that is final. In terms of the decision before the City Council this evening, it's a legislative function, and so now you are effectuating the modification to your land use documents. Ultimately, this is going to have to be reviewed and considered by the California Coastal Commission. So even upon adoption of the local coastal program amendment, the Coastal Commission will have to review that determination, but this would be the legislative function of the City Council this evening.
Thank you, Jane. So I'm just trying to understand. So if, I mean, there's two possible outcomes tonight. We approve the staff recommendation and then it's off to Coastal Commission and they either uphold it or deny it, right? But if we were to not approve the recommended action, what happens to the planning? Because it says the Planning Commission action deleting the water course is final. I mean, what, does everything roll back to, like, that's null and void, that goes away?
No, that would stand, but the City Council could consider, for example, delaying the modification to the general plan and the local coastal program to a later date, for example, when it's doing its comprehensive zoning code update. You know, if for some reason the city doesn't want to exercise its legislative function at this point in time, that is within the authority of the City Council. The findings as to whether or not to delete the water course, that has been completed, so the City Council can take that action when it is ready.
Well, I get that, but let's say, and I'm not indicating which way I'm inclined to vote on this. I'm just trying to understand what a vote means. So if we say, no, we don't want to amend the general plan tonight, we don't want to do this. We're not going to take that action. What's the status of that water course?
I think there's the evidentiary basis to delete it, but it's still on the map, and thus the development standards such as setbacks would still apply.
And maybe this is a question for when, after we hear from the public, but can you provide context of what is the intent of the major watersheds and drainage courses map within the open space and conservation element? Or if you have that answer.
I think I can defer to planning staff on that.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Unagi. So the Planning Commission's review is focused on 3 criteria, which Shweta presented this evening. It's the scenic, functional, and ecologic aspects of a natural water course. And there are good reasons to protect certain water courses from encroachments from development when they serve certain specified purposes. The city did undertake a mapping process decades ago as part of an open space conservation element update process. And that map was created this evening before you as an application with supporting evidence submitted by the applicant that essentially finds that the findings that were made when that map was created as it relates to this specific watercourse segment no longer apply based on circumstances such as surrounding development that have occurred since.
And so are those findings that you just outlined, the Planning Commission made a decision that I guess is a final decision now as it relates to whether the water course exists? Are those the same findings or the same legislative intent behind the I'm trying to just I'm trying to understand the connection between what the decision of the Planning Commission was and the findings and how that relates to our legislative function here tonight about the intent of of the watersheds and drainage courses map within the open space and conservation element. Does that question make sense?
I believe so. I may look to Jane to expand on this
Because I'm just
response.
trying to understand the difference between the two decisions, because it sounds like they're very similar.
I think they may be. So
It's a
the,
unique, oh, sorry, go ahead.
so the zoning code is essentially implementing general plan policy. In this case, the mapped watercourse happens to exist as a map that's part of the city's general plan, and therefore the council is asked to potentially take this legislative action to amend its general plan and LCP to effectuate this map change.
Okay.
But the planning commission essentially made perhaps similar findings. Now with your review tonight, you're specifically focused on general plan and LCP consistency review. There are findings, policies in such as the open space conservation element that I think are related to the review criteria that the planning commission considered.
Got it.
So for example, there is a policy 8M in the open space element that states preserve a continuous open space corridor within the hillsides in order to maintain animal migration opportunities. And that was a specific factor that was evaluated by the Planning Commission within the context of the review of the ecological purpose of the watercourse.
Thank you.
That was pretty good. Pretty good.
So another question then on page 6 of the staff report, just above the heading on watercourse deletion criteria conclusion. I mean, so it talks about this 2006 recorded open space easement that already exists, and then it talks about condition of approval 16, which requires dedication of all areas of the property located below the 332-foot contour line as open space prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the approved entitlements. So who's it going to be dedicated to? The city? And are we going to accept that dedication?
So I believe that this is the requirement of the open space and conservation element where when development is approved, the remainder of the lot is restricted as open space for passive recreation use. And so it's recorded against the property. It doesn't allow, privates or public members of the public to access private property and use that area. It is just open space for the property and abutting properties to view if there's viewing access. So
Well, how's that different than the open space easement that was recorded in 06? What's the dedication that's happening?
as I
at
understand,
CFO?
it's the same concept. I think the applicant can explain a little bit more about the history of the development applications. But as I understand it, there was development applications that were approved and partially utilized. And at that point in time, an open space easement was recorded against the property. However, the applicant then, I believe, submitted a new development application, which was considered by the DRB most recently about a year ago, in which the plans for development were changed. And then the design review board imposed a condition of approval requiring that the remainder of the area that was not being developed pursuant to this new plan be protected by an open space easement at a certain elevation line. But as I understand it, there's some dispute among the neighboring property owners as to the scope of development. So there's the opportunity for the applicant to come back to the design review board in case that contour elevation needs to be modified for the open space easement. But that is the history of the open space easement with respect to this property.
Okay, we can ask the applicant, I guess.
Did you have a question, Mayor Pro Tem?
I do. I'm not sure for who wants to answer this, but the purpose of removing this from the watercourses map would be for purposes of the setbacks.
Yes. I think from the applicant's perspective, that is generally the goal. If there's, a watercourse that is not serving a required purpose, I think from the applicant's perspective, and I'll let the applicant, speak, There are added restrictions for development when there is a water course. I think the city is separately on a larger scale reevaluating the water courses because I think collectively at the city level, we've heard some issues, you know, across multiple properties where there are mapped water courses, because I think this map was from the 70s, correct me if I'm wrong. And so there are contentions throughout the city that some of these water courses don't serve any purpose. So I think in reviewing the open space and conservation element as an update, that's going to be studied on a broader level. And I think that this particular applicant did not want to wait for the city to go through that more expansive process and wanted to initiate the application process themselves.
Do we have a time frame on that process, that greater hydrology study? I know it's a big project.
That is actually going to be a component of the RFP for the general plan update, that'll be done in concert with that effort. But it is I would say it's a multi-year effort.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? None. I'll open public testimony and allow the applicant 5 minutes for a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Larry Noakes, and I represent Dave and Susan Cousins, who own 600 Buena Vista. What happened to Mark?
He left me in charge.
Oh, okay.
Scary times.
All right. Well, no, that's fine. I wanted to first of all talk a little bit about the original grant of the open space easement, which was raised. That was issued by Andrew Sachs back in the early aughts, and had to do with a completely different development. And since that time, in 2015, for example, or 2016, there was a retaining wall that was built across the bottom of the water course at the bottom by Temple Hills Drive, and that was basically a dam over the water course. There was some grading behind that water course and walls built into that area of the setback. And there is currently litigation going on between the Cousins and Mr. and Mrs. Daly about removing that improvement, that wall, because 600 Buena Vista has access from Temple Hills because they have street frontage down there. And that's an important access for them for fuel modification and other access, so that you don't have to haul things up to the top of Buena Vista and you can haul them out to Temple Hills. So that's an important function. But the issue for this matter, and I think it was well summarized by staff, is that the Planning Commission did make all of the findings necessary for determination that this dry gulch that has been a noted dry gulch ever since probably for the last 40 years, since Steve May noted actually back in the early aughts that a roadway on Buena Vista cut across it, so it really wasn't of much use to anybody. But this doesn't serve any functional, scenic, or ecological purpose at all. This is a map amendment only. We are not proposing any new development with this. We just want the water course removed because it unnecessarily encumbers private property, and it's no longer serving any kind of a purpose. We haven't seen any kind of a hydrology report that counters the peer-reviewed report. We haven't seen a biology report that counters the biological reports. And we haven't seen anything, technical reports that counter this. And so I think the Planning Commission was correct in making its determination. This action does not approve the construction of any kind of a physical change. This suggested piecemealing that the opponents are concerned about involves speculation of a hypothetical future project. Now, I will tell you that there is an issue with regard to the retaining wall that was built by the owners of 528 on the 600 Buena Vista property that needs to be removed in order to provide that access again. It was built during the time that that property was reconstructed without the permission of the 600 Buena Vista property owners. And so if you go down there and look at it, it is very, very clear that a couple of things are going on. Number one, there's construction in the watercourse. Number two, it is significant. And number three, this no longer meets the definition of significant natural watercourses because it's not in its natural state. It's in a significantly modified state. Now, what the main issue is for us is just to get the title cleared, get the restriction cleared, make sure that there's less interference with the property, but it's also to recognize what the code recognizes, and that is that while there are noted watercourses throughout the city, there is also a provision in the municipal code for removal of these upon certain findings, and those findings have been made. There's also a provision in the general plan which requires the city to go back through and look at these watercourses that are no longer functional. This is one of those watercourses, and the Cousins have done the heavy lifting on making the findings for the removal of that.
Larry, I'm still,
Bob.
I'm still a little unclear. I'm just asking why. It's going to be dedicated as open space. It's non-buildable. Why? I'm just scratching my head. Why go through all this time and effort?
Because
expense?
the Design Review Board, Bob, in December of 2024 modified that, and I'm sorry that condition number 18 was not read in its entirety, because what they said was they recognized that cleanup work had to go forward on the bottom of the property in order to remove those unpermitted elements that were built inside the existing watercourse and on the Cousins property. They also recognized that that was going to get in the way of that existing open space area. And so they specifically stated that the parameters of the open space would be subject to reasonable modification at the direction of the city attorney and city staff, considering circumstances existing at the time of the certificate of occupancy. So the issue of whether or not there will be open space is not a question. The question as to the parameters and scope of that open space is subject to further review. And that's why we're here. But the immediate thing that is going to have to happen is the correction of the situation down at Temple Hills and the restoration of access.
But does the fact that if it were to remain a dedicated watercourse?
What's that?
If you modified the area and left it as a watercourse, why would that be a problem?
Because you don't know what's going to go on in the future on that property either. If, for example, if there's landscape improvements, if there are other improvements that need to be made, if there is a wall that needs to be built or something has to happen, we have to go through a whole bunch of well, it requires a lot of scrutiny, and it seems like a lot of scrutiny to undergo if you don't have an actual watercourse there. So it's basically needless. And the Cousins have gone through it a couple of times.
You'll have an opportunity.
moment to
You'll have an
speak.
opportunity to speak. You'll have your own time.
Any other questions I can answer?
No.
Thanks, Larry.
Okay, are there any other speakers in support of the application?
This same question was asked at the Planning Commission, and I addressed it at that time. For those of you who don't know, I'm in the middle of a 10-year project, and I've been delayed in this project to build my home for over 10 years. And one of the major reasons was the requirements around that I was required to build a fire turnaround at the end of the street for the benefit of my neighbors in the city. That took over 30 redesigns in 5 years to get done. And the main constraint is we needed to keep it to meet the fire marshal's requirement of a 75-foot turnaround and not have it close to my next door neighbor, and to keep it out of this water course. We went through all kinds of different designs, circular designs, T-shaped designs. We redesigned it 30 times, but we needed to stay out of the water course. And in order to speed my project up, I didn't want to go through a variance and end up here with you. Even though the city told me that over 15 years ago, this water course was determined to be inactive. My neighbor at the bottom of the hill got a variance to build their home, and their home today, which was presented in the staff report, is built in the setback of this inactive water course. What I also found out is that when they built the home, because they didn't meet their open space requirement, they took land from our property and built retaining walls and redirected the water from their property onto ours. I still didn't come here for a variance. I didn't ask for any variances on my project because I wanted to get it done quickly. When I finished building this turnaround, and after it took me $2 million to build it, which was originally supposed to be $500,000 because it had to be resigned after the DRB meetings, my 3 DRB meetings, and the Public Works Department wanted me to build it to highway standards, which meant I had to put more steel, more concrete in it, which meant I ended up with excess dirt. Then I had excess dirt, which it took me 18 months to build this fire turnaround. I didn't even start building my home yet. And the city said I couldn't remove the dirt because my DRB meeting said I needed to put it on the site. And we went around and around, and I met with Dave Kiff and said, this is ridiculous. And he said, well, you're going to have to go through DRB again because you have a water course on your property. So you're an environmentally sensitive area. Dave Kiff said we would get it done quickly. And then I was told by the city that I was going to have to redo the paleontology, the biology study, the archaeology study, and the hydrology study again. And then I found out after we redid all of those studies again to remove the dirt, and we went through the DRB for a 4th time, and every DRB member said, why are you here again? The bureaucracy, the circles that I'm going around. And then when we finally got the approval from DRB and the city tried to slip in again for an exaction and taking, said, oh, we'll let you remove the dirt for your public works project, but you need to dedicate this fire turnaround as a public turnaround. The good news is the DRB said, no, you've already exacted enough. The city illegally permitted for 528 Temple Hills without an easement in any consideration to actually allow that neighbor to build retaining walls, a 12-foot vertical drainage ditch on our property with no compensation. So the only people that have built on my home in the water course is my next door neighbor, and the city tried to do it with the public turnaround. At the end of this, I was told by the city, oh, by the way, to get your certificate occupancy after 12 years of building, we've determined the mapped water course has never actually been mapped. And you're going to need to map it. It cuts across 528 Temple Hills, which has a variance. It starts next door above us. The opposition who's writing these letters has built on the same property. The people that are against all of this, their homes are also in the same situation we're at. But none of them have had to go through the biology, the paleontology study for anything they've done on their homes.
I appreciate that. Can you
Just to finish,
conclude?
I was told I can't get a certificate of occupancy till I map it. And so you're telling me after all these millions of dollars and 12 years, you're going to deny it. And then I went to the hydrologist and said, how do you map the water course that doesn't exist? And he said, I can't. So I'm spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and you've locked me here. You've given my land to my next door neighbor. You made me build this turnaround. I have a neighbor here that continue to extort me because he wants to make it public so he can get a benefit for his property. We are done. The planning commission came to the property. They listened to the experts. There is no active water course on my property.
Thank you.
It should have been taken off 15 years ago when it was determined to be inactive for 528 Temple Hills.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any speakers in opposition to the applicant? I thought he was, excuse me one second. Were there any other people in support of the applicant? Okay, I apologize. Can you approach the?
Hi, my name is Mike Simmons. My family and I live a few doors down from the property, and I'm just kind of an affected neighbor and concerned citizen. I think Dave's speech kind of covered all the stuff that's, I've been concerned about for a long time now, living a few doors down, watching this for 5-6 years, knowing that it went on much longer than that. I mean, our kids are friends. They had this vision of going to being neighbors one day. They went to school together. They were interested in being, excited about being neighbors one day. Those kids are now gone at college. This process, torture is the only word that I can think of for what Dave and Susan have been through. And it just, just personally, all the things they've been through, I can reiterate exactly what Dave said. It's all real. This process that they're going through feels punitive, and I empathize with them, but I'm also very concerned as a citizen of this city that wants the city to continue to be the beautiful place that it is, and not get stuck in this this sort of doom loop of, we see it in the downtown. We've got vacant businesses there, super hard to do business. Nobody will come through. Who do we think is going to pay for all this stuff that we want for our city? I want to retire here. I want my kids to be able to stay here. And it just feels like we're on this slippery slope where this is going to turn into, a moldy old retirement home if we don't allow people to come in that are, great neighbors, great taxpayers that are going to build nice things. Presumably they're going to pay an awful lot of tax to pay for all the bills for all the things we have to do here. And I just feel like we've allowed people to come in and weaponize this process that just don't want anything to get done. And that's not this council. I've seen this council do amazing things. It's been way worse in the past. And kudos to this council for getting it on the right track and being pragmatic about, and just using a lot of common sense about these kind of decisions. But this seems like a really easy one. I sat through, it's like Groundhog Day. I've been through so many of these meetings on this issue. I just sat through the months ago, the Planning Commission that already decided on this and went through all the technicalities. This, to me, feels like just a technicality that somebody's trying to weaponize to make sure nothing gets done. So many people have agendas, and I just feel terrible for these people that I want to be our neighbors. They've spent literally millions of dollars for this fire turnaround that benefits myself and everybody else on this street. They got nothing for it other than continued torture. This just feels like torture, and I think it's a really bad, it's a slippery slope if the city continues down this path and doesn't allow, us to do nice things.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the applicant?
Hi, council members. I'm Patrick Stanton. I don't have a lot more to add other than what's been shared, but I too have watched this process over the last decade. I've been in Laguna for 36 years. I'm a conservationalist. I marched to save the canyon. I appreciate all you guys do for $900 a month, but this decision was made, and it just seems like we're going backwards painfully backwards over and over again. And I hope you see to it to follow through and finish it here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Newth Morris. I apologize for my dress. Normally try to put on a collared shirt, but I came from out of town. I've known Dave and Susan for 20 years. The first 10 years that I knew them, we spent the time building a company together, dealing with the biggest companies on earth, software companies, telecom companies, trucking companies, you name it. Accomplishing great things, working hard, and getting stuff done. Second 10 years I've known them, they've been trying to build this house. At this point, Franz Kafka is looking down on us from up on high, and he's saying, whew, this is a mess. I don't want to get involved in this. So I beg you guys, let them out of this loop. This is clearly like a newest, like, what's the weapon at hand? We're going to weaponize the systems of Laguna to stop a project. We've all seen this so many more times. It's pretty obvious. There's an inherent contradiction. We've made them make a fire turnaround, but at the same time, if this remains a waterway, it'll impede their ability to remove fuel and do fire mitigation on the project. So there's inherent contradiction on this. Please allow them to move forward and move in their house. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in support of the applicant? None. Okay, well, I'll ask for speakers in opposition. Any speakers in opposition?
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chuck Krolikowski. I'm also a resident of Laguna Beach. I represent Mark Schur, who lives at 644 Buena Vista Way. He is not the one involved in litigation with the applicants. He lives closer to the entrance to the property, which is 600 Buena Vista Way. Point of clarification, the project in this case is a general plan amendment, a local coastal program amendment, and the attendant CEQA analysis related to those projects. Those are legislative decisions. The Planning Commission does not make legislative decisions. This City Council makes legislative decisions. Planning commissions make recommendations to the City Council regarding the legislative decisions that they're asking you to make. But ultimately, it is your decision to make the legislative decision to amend the general plan, to make the local coastal program amendment compliant, and to ultimately decide the CEQA review for this project. And with respect to this project, a general plan amendment, a local coastal program amendment are discretionary legislative decisions that are subject to CEQA. Now, with respect to our comments that we submitted to the Planning Commission as well as to the City Council, we submitted a lengthy letter identifying our analysis and assessment of the review for this project, including the CEQA review, as well as some comments to the technical reports, and in addition to that, some opposing evidence to that. But the main focus, as you'll read from my letter, and I'll be talking about tonight, is the CEQA analysis. In California, the protection of the environment is of the utmost importance. And when it comes to discretionary decisions like general plan amendments, you're not only supposed to look at the project, but all the natural consequences and potential development that can be triggered by the project. A moment ago, Councilmember Whalen asked Mr. Noakes, well, why are you doing this? Can't you develop here? And rather than saying, yes, we cannot develop, we're deed restricted, or there's a condition of approval, we heard, well, DRB may have given us an out. We might be able to talk to the city attorney later, maybe staff, and maybe we will be able to use this area for some future development. He's making my point for me. The whole purpose of CEQA is to review a project and analyze all potential reasonable future projects at the earliest possible stage. That is this point. For this area that is encumbered by the flowage, the drainage channel, or the drainage easement, whatever we're going to call it, that is the project. What is that a catalyst for? To say that, well, we want to remove it for setbacks. Setbacks for what? The house is already being built. The setbacks have already been identified for the development that is approved for the project. There are no more setbacks. The only potential setbacks there could be would be if they propose and build new development in this dedicated open space. And what's interesting is that staff is now trying to remove that language from the resolution and various documents at the last minute. That is a violation. When you come to these council meetings, you're left with a resolution that you're supposed to be dealing with by making modifications, especially modifications that are that significant, that this was a dedicated open space area, and they're trying to remove that from the resolution tonight. I think that is quite odd, actually. Now, in terms of the intentions, one of the issues is as well, there's no existing plans to develop. They haven't expressed their intent. We know what their intent is. As part of my application, I submitted a lawsuit that they filed, verified under penalty of perjury. And in that lawsuit, they're saying we want the owners of the property on Temple Hill Drive to remove their wall so we can develop. This wall is impacting our ability to develop. In a lawsuit, you are telling the whole world, verified, that this is what you're intending to do. So to come here and say we have no intentions of building in this area, we have no intentions of doing anything in this area, the evidence is different than that. They're providing sworn testimony that they do intend to build in this area. They're suing someone because they're saying it's impeding their ability to develop in this area. I think the way to deal with this issue is to either condition the approval tonight on a condition that no development can occur in the location of the drainage channel, or have the applicant simply agree to that they will not develop anything in that dedicated drainage channel, which we've been discussing, which has been identified in prior documents, but is now sought to be removed from some of the resolution language. I just have just a few more seconds here, just to review my notes.
Okay, 15 seconds.
Okay. We all know this is piecemealing. They want to get findings. They want to get your approval tonight that there's no animals, there's no flora, there's no fauna, there's no water course, there's no issues with this drainage channels, because 6 months from now, 2 years from now, they're going to be using that as ammunition to say, look, you already said this area had no environmental issues, so therefore we won't need to comply with CEQA the next time we come in. And the purpose of CEQA is to analyze projects now, not wait until we have to do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers opposing the applicant?
Thank you, Council. Yeah, item 21 to me seems to be, from what I've read, and I may be wrong on some of what I'm saying, so I apologize if I am. It seems to be an attempt to modify the city's general plan to remove a significant mapped water course to allow future development of an ADU or some other structure, a house perhaps. And I think the testimony is already there in the lawsuit that the applicants have filed against the Dailies. I also want to say I have nothing to do with Mark Scheer. I only met him this morning and talked to him over phone a couple of times in the last 6 months. So I have no skin in the game. Yeah, the applicant's already violated the terms of building permits. And I don't know what's happened in the last 10 years in the city. I can't say. But those violations have yet to be corrected, and they've been recognized by code enforcement. You know, as in the case of 7059 Marlin, if you remember that, Mark and Alex, where the applicant wanted the city to remove an easement restriction so a 5,000 square foot home could be built in a high severity fire zone. This item shouldn't even reach tonight's agenda, because I don't think if the city was supportive of the general plan and the environment and the neighborhood, it wouldn't. And to say that it has a water course isn't a water course anymore, I find very disingenuous. The animal's still there, the plants are still there, the underground water may still be there. I understand what the applicant is asking for has never come before the city council, and if approved, would create a historic precedent, and not a good one. Why is the applicant seeking this change when they have testified under oath that they have no intention of developing the area that encompasses the water course? What's the setback for, as Mr. Korlikowski said? And the simple solution would be to have the applicant agree to a condition of approval which states they will, and future owners will never in any way develop the area. Without that, council should vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in opposition to the applicant?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Gail Waite. I'm here as president of Laguna Canyon Conservancy. Also, I'm a long-term resident, marched in 1989 to save the canyon. So the Board of Directors of the Laguna Canyon Conservancy strongly objects to the removal of this significant natural watercourse on the allegation that it no longer serves a functional scenic or ecological purpose. The city should not be supporting this proposal since it solely benefits a singular property owner who paid for the expert studies completed. City Council has long promised the completion of a current Blue Stream mapping report, and until this is completed by independent and objective experts, no prior mapped significant watercourses should be removed. These were put on the existing maps for a reason. With increasingly severe and unpredictable weather events, if you believe in climate change, ignoring established natural drainage routes poses a long-term risk to the infrastructure and downstream properties. Simply adding some drains or catch basins may not suffice. This removal only facilitates a developer's plan and would set a bad precedent. City Council is expected to safeguard the LCP and general plan and protect the unique environmental character of Laguna Beach for the greater good of all residents. It won't be long for other property owners to seek to de-designate natural features through private hydrology reports. Even if a watercourse is dry most of the year, it is part of the overall natural hillside, providing critical corridors for local wildlife and contributing to Laguna's open space character. Excuse me. Finding this action exempt from CEQA ignores the cumulative impacts of removing watershed protections. These protections also reduce city liability, since if this demapping for development is approved, the city could then be viewed as vouching for the safety of the site. A full comprehensive neighborhood environmental review should be required to ensure that the removal of this watercourse does not increase erosion, sedimentation, or flooding risks for the surrounding neighborhood. If the city allows a developer to build where a setback should be, it is prioritizing square footage over the long-term structural integrity of the hillside. Setbacks are considered important safety buffers and protect adjacent neighbors. Please be environmental stewards, deny this removal, and protect the rest of the Laguna Beach open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition to the applicant? None? Okay, I'll ask for the applicant to allow a rebuttal, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Orgel. This is a dry gulch. There is no water in it. There has not been water in it for years. There is a process defined to remove these types of phantom water courses. This is a map change. We are not developing anything. This is a de-designation of a mapped water course that has not been active since anybody can remember. We produced the hydrology report that proves that. It is not habitat. We have produced a biological report that proves that. And there is nothing other than argument that suggests otherwise. Development has already occurred in this water course. Development occurred in 2015 in this water course when a big retaining wall was built over the bottom of the water course that not only changed the grade markedly, but it also ruined the access to 600 Buena Vista from Temple Hills Drive. So development in this water course is not a new thing. I think the only people on that hillside that haven't built in that water course were probably the cousins. So in any event, the Design Review Board was very, very clear when it recognized the need to take some corrective action at the bottom of that hill and to allow some work to be done. If the water course is there, this reparative work is going to be restructuring the walls so that Mr. Daly's property is confined within his property line, getting rid of the retaining wall, regrading that area so that it matches the grade on Temple Hills, retaining what needs to be retained so that access can be used and is usable. And so it's going to require some permits. And if those permits all require variances because there is a dry water course there, it is going to take a project that never should have been built in the first place and should be easily corrected and turn it into a monster. So we would ask you to please uphold the determination, the factual determination of the Planning Commission, take the steps necessary to amend the entitling documents to allow this dry water course, this dry feature to be removed from the map and call it what it is. It is not a water course. It's just part of the Cousins property, and it's inhibiting their ability to correct some things that have been taking place on that property without their permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second in case there's some
Larry,
questions.
so.
Yeah, Bob.
Oh,
Can I just ask if there's any questions from staff first before we weigh in? Does staff have any comments to any of what you've heard? Nothing? Any clarification? Okay, go ahead, Bob.
I was just going to say, it sounds like there's corrective work that has to happen, right?
Correct.
That's clear. What about the suggestion of not, it just strikes me that the corrective work should happen, a C of O should get issued, right, for the building that's currently under construction, but there shouldn't be any new construction in this water course. So what about accepting a condition that says no new construction? I see they're saying, no, I don't understand that. I don't understand why you'd say no to that.
We've already given our land and built.
Excuse me, can you come up to
Do you
the
want- Yeah,
microphone?
I'll let Mrs.
We've
Covers.
given our land and built a 50-foot turnaround at our cost for the fire. We need to access the hillside for fire maintenance. There's already been significant takings on this project and time delays. We're not prepared to accept a condition. We don't know what our plans are in the future. We need to remedy what's happening at the bottom of the hill. Planning Commission, we paid for all the studies, we paid for all the peer reviews and the biology, and they determined that this water course is no longer active and serves no purpose. Those were the findings. So we're not going to be conditioned further on this project. We've already spent millions of dollars to provide a fire turnaround. We need access from Lower Temple Hills for fuel modification and for fire. It's critical for safety. We also will have 2 fire hydrants on our property. I mean, it's extensive. So no, we are not prepared to accept another condition or entitlement. This should be a simple technical matter that's been decided already, and we're just looking for council to adopt what the Planning Commission findings are, and they were unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm Susan Hasty, by the way.
And I'll just add to that, there's already been taking and exaction for my property. We are not going to have the city, like I said, there was an attempt to remove the dirt from the Public Works project to exact and turn our property into a public street. The design review knew that that was not legal.
Okay,
It
thank
is
you.
not legal to take another exaction from my property.
Okay.
We're not
Good
going to
question.
take it.
He's going to ask,
Can I ask a question? So just to clarify, when you're referring to the taking, are you saying that the 2024 Design Review Board condition as it relates to the open space easement that would be, that the city attorney and city manager has the ability to impose, you're not alleging that's the taking?
No, what I'm alleging, one, let's just talk about what, I think we need to get the staff attorney to correct this. We live in an RHP zone.
Yeah,
And
so-
she said it.
And that's why you had to have
Anything
the
that is
even-
not
okay.
developed, it's just de facto becomes open space. It's not typically recorded. It happens to every RHP project here. What everybody's referring is an open space project. It wasn't clarified. We didn't do it. There was a project occurred 25 years ago, and it never was completed because the property owners passed away. We bought this project in 2015. It was supposed to do a quick claim deed to take that off of our property. Because the city doesn't get around to doing what they're supposed to do, when we got our first approval back in 2021, they were supposed to actually have updated what we agreed to, and then it changed again in 2024 when we had to go through our fourth DRB. We want exactly what all of our neighbors get. You cannot continue just because we've been the nice guys and we continue to do things. And when somebody said here, the attorney said, we have permits for everything we've done on this project. We're one of the only people, it seems like, this town that follows permits, and we have built the code. My neighbor's asking me to reduce a wall height, which obviously I would love to do because I don't want to build a 10-foot high wall that I already built. I'd rather build a 2-foot wall because it's cheaper. But I can't do what these neighbors are extorting me to do because you have to have civil engineers and structural engineers. I can't let a 10-foot tall wall of dirt. So I'm just done with these exactions. Every time we come to design review, the only people that didn't exact something was the planning commission because they did their homework, they visited the site, they looked at the facts, and they unanimously said, this is an inaccurate map and it needs to be updated. And that's what we're here for. Whatever I want to do future on my property, I have property rights. And you cannot put more restraints on us. And you can't, like, the city should have done the quick claim deed, should have done their job. And when 528 Temple Hills was approved 15 years ago to build in that set because it was inactive, they should have updated the maps 15 years ago from when the next door neighbor, and I should have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars going through these studies. I'm not going to do it anymore.
Any other questions? Questions? Megan, I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt.
So I just, for one clarification, the issue of whether this is somehow contingent on getting a certificate of occupancy for the construction project, the development of the property. As we sit up here and comparing our notes, we're not aware of that being contingent on this. So this is independent of getting a certificate of occupancy, the decision before you tonight. I just want to get that clarified for the record.
Thank you.
Question for Matt. So kind of to the questions that Bob was asking Larry earlier about kind of what's the reason here. And I think we've heard different things. I've heard about fuel modification and then about the removal of so I mean, we're not getting in the middle of that lawsuit about the wall issue. And I don't want to get into the middle of that issue, but is that accurate that if does, just to understand, because it sounds like the applicant is not disputing the fact that this is an RHP property and that the 2024 condition is pretty solid in that, you can't, the rest of this is open space. So then the question becomes, okay, well, I heard fuel modifications and then the idea of potentially removing the wall. Can you speak to those two specific things and the extent to which, I'm just trying to understand the intent here, because I think that's sort of the crux of this issue.
Access was also brought up.
And access, that's the third one. So maybe can you speak to those three issues about how, from a practical perspective, what this, the status quo would mean for each of those three issues?
Yeah, and some of this obviously is just, at the end of the day, I don't know the true intent, obviously, of a property owner, but it seems based on the testimony we've heard and just previous interactions, they're trying to maximize rights on their property, which I fully understand. And so without getting into the merits of the lawsuit, that's constraining the access to the property. But that would be a barrier to development as it stands right now. So intuitively, if that were removed, that would open up that potential, but that doesn't mean that's their intent to do that. And they've indicated they want just unimpeded access to the
Yeah.
property, which could include fire clearing.
Yeah, so fuel modification. So currently the reason why because so the action before us is not a final action. This has to go to the Coastal Commission. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And it has to go to the Coastal Commission because it has a mapped water course.
This map exists in our general plan
So
as part of our LCP.
as part of our LCP. So then right now, if they wanted to do fuel modification on the site, do they have to go to the Coastal Commission for a permit?
We're getting very hypothetical. It's possible you could do some
Well,
without
and
impacting.
I'm not
this.
trying to get
Yeah.
hypothetical. I'm just,
Yeah,
because
I mean,
that was raised
There
by.
are constraints and setbacks with a mapped water course. So that could limit the extent or span of clearing that would have to take or require more significant CEQA review to do that.
Okay. And then I guess the access question was answered.
Yeah, so when the retaining wall was built, that means that the water course was altered. Is that correct?
I really couldn't, I'm not as familiar with the like sort of historical condition and how that changed. It wasn't something we've researched as part of this project. I think it predates all of us up here.
Okay, I have a question for Megan or Jane or whoever wants to answer it. We often hear this term piecemealing regarding the Coastal Commission. And, if ultimately we know this is going to reach the Coastal Commission, and I do want them to, think that Laguna is doing things as correctly as possible. So do we feel confident that there's not going to be a view that this is in fact
piecemealing for
Piecemealing.
CEQA? As I understand it, and planning staff can tell me if I have the facts wrong, but I understand that this is really, there's no future proposed development. And so we can't speculate from a piecemealing perspective. We are supposed to evaluate what we know is proposed to happen. At this point, we don't know beyond this application. They're just applying for an alteration to the water course. So we would have to speculate as to future change for CEQA analysis. So there's, in my opinion, without knowing more, we can't have a piecemealing issue because we don't know what we would be evaluating from an environmental perspective.
Okay, the document that came up and we were reviewing the redlining, can you help me understand how that language ended up in there and then was redlined out of it?
With respect to the resolution, Jane can probably,
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. The language was in the resolution and proposed by city staff. In reviewing the language, it did appear that it included some language as applied to the property, as opposed to the consistency evaluation that we're suggesting is what the city council needs to do in the legislative action. And so you right now are checking to see whether or not this removal is consistent with all other elements of the general plan and all other portions of the local coastal program. And so that's really the evaluation that the city council is doing, not as applied to this particular property with respect to the contour lines. So I think if there's like additional analysis that the city council wants on consistency with the certified local coastal program or the general plan, staff can do that further analysis. But I did suggest removing that reference to the contour lines because that is more related to the adjudicatory decisions on the development.
Do you have a question, Bob?
So I want to come back to, I understand the action we're taking tonight. I want to come back to this condition 16 because I'm still trying to understand what the lay of the land is going to be out there after tonight. Let's assume we grant the action tonight that's requested. Is all of this water course going to be permanently dedicated as open space? Meaning you couldn't develop on it?
Shweta might have an image that would be helpful.
Yes, let me share my screen. These are the 2024 DRB approved plans. This yellow highlight is contour 332. Condition of approval number 16 for the 2024 entitlements included that this was the area that would be dedicated as open space. As you can see, this would impede access to Temple Hills Drive, which is why the DRB made the discretion to add the additional language that the parameters of the open space easement are subject to reasonable modification at the discretion of the city attorney and by the design review board. So this would allow for potential modifications so that they wouldn't necessarily need to dedicate the open space that would preclude access from Temple Hills Drive.
Okay, so if they modified it to get access from Temple Hills Drive, still the bulk of the rest of it's all open space, right?
Correct.
So if you have access from Temple Hills Drive, what would you get to do? What could you propose as a future development, if anything?
Without having application before us to evaluate whether or not it would meet zoning code standards and criteria for property development standards in the RHP, it's unknown what they could potentially develop in the future.
You can't build in the open space.
Correct. So as part of this condition of approval number 16, this open space is required prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the residents. As such, when the open space is recorded for the next 21 years after that, this would remain dedicated open space. So any potential future developments could only take place, 20 plus years from now.
Did you have a comment?
No.
Holly? And so that 22 years, did you say 22 years?
It's 21 years from the recording at the prior of issuance of certificate of occupancy. Since the home is still under construction, that might be another year or so. And so that would be 21 years from that point.
Got it.
And that's consistent with the RHP policies.
That's consistent with the RHP policies as well as the open space and conservation element policy 14J, which requires that dedication for RHP properties.
Okay.
So you feel confident, Megan, when Coastal sees this, that they're going to think that we've dotted the i's and crossed the t's?
In terms of, Mr. Mayor, in terms of CEQA or just on all aspects?
All aspects.
I sure hope so. I think staff has done its analysis and it's done what I think Coastal would expect for the city to do. That being said, Coastal surprises me sometimes. So I don't know if there's something that they will say.
And the reason I'm bringing it up, and I know we have to look at this as an individual thing, is obviously we are going to do a hydrology study and talk about all of these water courses at some point. I wish we could have got into it sooner rather than where we're at today, but because there are it does need to be addressed. But eventually that effort is going to have to go to Coastal. And I just want them to think that we're, paying attention and doing things the right way.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying. I think from a sequencing perspective, it would be nice to have sort of reversed the order of things. Certainly, but from the Coastal's perspective, the zoning code references an ESA map. That's then if you look towards the general plan, which is what you're considering tonight in terms of your analysis, the Coastal definition of ESA map is, basically looking at the environmentally sensitive habitat and what's going on around there. So that's what I think Coastal is going to look at as well. I think the city has, in evaluating that question to get here tonight, has done and required of the applicant what it needed to do for that evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
So, Madam City Attorney, a couple questions. So the To answer the question of why we are here, like what provision in our code, allows for the removal of a, because we've had testimony about the idea that we should never remove a mapped watercourse, regardless of the evidence, right? And I can appreciate that. And there's arguments about, in the future it maybe could be, but what provision allows for this weird process where we have the planning commission making a decision that's also a recommendation to us? What process creates that?
Councilmember Unagi, so the zoning code has a section on water courses, significant water courses, and within that, that's 2550-030, and within that section, there's a discussion about a deletion process, and that's where it refers that consideration of a deletion of a significant natural water course to the planning commission. It specifically says the planning commission needs to make the finding.
So there's a process in place that was created by earlier leaders of this community to do that.
Correct. So
Right.
that's in the zoning code. That's what Ms. Abzug was talking about earlier with the factual finding. That's an adjudicatory process
Yeah.
because there's a weighing of evidence of that. The sort of the weird process we're experiencing is that
legislative.
the legislative act, and that's because the water course is reflected on a map. The map is part of our general plan. And so in order to, the city council has to make the decision on modifications or amendments to the general plan. And so that process is a legislative process, not an adjudicatory process. And that's where the city council is being asked to modify that map. And that's a policy question. I mean, certainly you could, if there was evidence that this was a water course and there was ecological, that there was habitat, that there was an ecological purpose, your amendment to that map to delete it could be very problematic for
Yeah.
coastal, right? The other way around, if there's not evidence of that, then it's from a coastal perspective, it doesn't seem problematic. That isn't to say, however, from a policy reason that you may want to do this holistically, and a review of all of your water courses at a later time. There are policy reasons beyond the evidence weighing as to why you may or may not want to approve the amendment.
So, and then it seems like they're, based on the record that I've seen, based on the planning commission decision, and then we had studies that were also peer reviewed. Is that accurate, related to hydrology and biology?
That's my understanding.
Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So I don't see any evidence in the record that we have a water course here. What I'm hearing from the public is concerns about the idea of, development in this area. But it sounds like from the verbiage of what was, from the 2024 Design Review Board condition of approval, which is consistent with the RHP dedicated, that map that we saw earlier, where the area that we're talking about, there was an idea of like, oh, could there be an ADU built there? All the evidence that's in front of me suggests that from an open space, so I just touched on the water course perspective, so now we're getting to the open space perspective. It sounds like the process is working in the sense that the applicant has to have that as open space, regardless of whether there's a water course here or not.
Correct. So there's obviously we have many policies in our general plan, and we're talking about, I think to your point, Councilmember Unagi, we're talking about different policies and components of the general plan. What you're being asked is to make an amendment to a map. We still have policy 14J, which is what was being discussed earlier. Policy 14J relates to the RHP zone, and that's where the requirement for the condition from 2024 comes from.
Yep.
You're not being asked to modify that.
Yeah, that's in place.
That's in place.
So the open space is protected. So then, we heard testimony about 3 different things about the fuel modification, the retaining wall, which again, we don't want to get into that whole battle, but that was just an articulated basis of why they want to have this not mapped. And then the access, but even though it's access basically to open space is what it is based on what I'm understanding the design review board condition creates.
The design review condition,
It's access not to a developable lot because they have a condition where it has to be an open space.
correct.
Okay. So I think that, I mean, it's obviously a very complicated situation, and I don't know all the facts, but it sounds like there's a lot of different disputes going on with this whole process. But it seems that the question before us is one of looking at the fact pattern as it relates to the Planning Commission's determination about the water course, but then making the legislative findings, about which I think the water course determination is relevant to that. But then what I think is most relevant is the idea that the open space is already protected due to that 2024 condition related to open space. So that's how I'm looking at this. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think, but
I guess the missing piece of the puzzle to me, and I get it, if they want, to have their property completely unencumbered by anything, I get that whole idea. But if the turnaround is already built and the house is already approved and under construction, I feel like there's a missing piece of the puzzle here that I'm not quite understanding as far as the use of the property. I mean, I understand that they want access for.
Well, but they wouldn't be able to build. I mean, it's not. They might want it to be unencumbered, but it's not unencumbered because there's a condition of approval, right?
That's why I'm unencumbered by just the removal of the water course. That's what they're after for tonight. And I just feel like, well, why are we going through this exercise if there's no gain?
Well, they would mention. I don't know, but the fuel modification. I don't know much about the retaining wall issue, but the fuel modification issue is that I don't know. It's their property, so I couldn't speak to that. But I can just go on what the facts are in front of us.
I think I have a slightly different perspective on this, and that is one of process. And I think we're already in the process of updating, or we will be in the process of updating all of our significant water courses. And I think that's the appropriate place to consider this.
So, but how would that change and I'm open to hearing what you're saying, but how would that change the question before us about the evidence of whether there's a water course or not?
I'm not sure, but I think it's important that we treat every water course equally in this city. Remember that, Laguna Canyon Creek, I don't think is on our significant water courses map for different reasons, but that map needs to be looked at. It's something that I've been working on for, let's say, 10 years, 5 years, I'm not sure. So I think as a matter of principle and process, we don't know what that might show. We don't know what kind of a holistic review of all of our significant water courses will show. And I am more comfortable letting that process play out.
I believe
You're saying that they have to wait until we map all the water courses in town?
And I guess what's a water course then? Because if we have a hydrology report that's peer reviewed and a biology report that's peer reviewed, is a water course something else that I'm missing? Like what? Because you're referring to it as a water course, but what?
Sure.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm trying to understand
Oh, you can be
perspective.
argumentative. It's fine. I think that there are historic water courses that do not currently carry water, but that could, again, there is habitat that could come back to native habitat, native riparian habitat, given changing weather patterns. There is an opportunity for water courses that might not look like significant habitat now to reemerge as significant water courses. I'm not a hydrologist. I'm not a biologist. I'm not trying to pretend that that is going to happen. But I think from a process perspective, if there was a home that was needed to be built, and these folks were waiting on this to do that, I might have a different perspective. But there is not a specific project. We've heard that they can get their certificate of occupancy, right?
Correct.
So
But-
I don't see the urgency. And because I don't see the urgency, I think that it's important to respect the process.
So like for.
I shouldn't say respect the process because that undermines the fact that this is a
It's the
process.
process.
Right,
Also,
exactly.
what about like the fuel modification are like questions that they should have to go to like deal with the Coastal Commission on fuel modification?
Absolutely not. I think that there are ways to do effective fuel modification in an environmentally sensitive way that
But you still have to get the Coastal Commission sign off because it's ESHA, right? If when it's a mapped water course, you have
if
to
it's
go-
ESHA, then we should not
But
remove it
it's not
from it.
about, sorry, not ESHA. If it's a mapped water course, regardless of whether it is in fact ESHA, you have to go to the Coastal Commission.
If
right?
you're clearing within the water course, why do you need to clear exactly within the water course? I think you can do effective fuel modification on the borders of the water course. And I think you can do effective
there's
fuel
no water-
modification.
Right? I mean, that's the point. There's no water.
I debate
here.
that assertion.
Designated.
What evidence? I mean, yeah, it's, I'm just trying to understand what the evidence to support the idea that this is that this is a water course, because the Coastal Commission, they look at whether it's mapped or not, right? Not whether it exists. That's why this is going to the Coastal Commission after.
I don't know exactly what the Coastal Commission is going to do,
Okay.
but I would assume that they would look at historic water courses, right? What was this at one point? What is there now? And what is the potential?
Is that did the hydrologist do that?
I'm sorry, I wasn't ignoring you, but I was trying to
Did the
get answer another question.
So there's
Chris and I are not getting
there's
to the same page.
there's
on this, but
evidence.
It's okay.
It sounds like there's the points being made that there could have been like a historic water course here, and
There absolutely was a historic water
Yeah,
course there.
so-
That's why it's on the map.
so does that. So how does some? Okay,
I
so-
think maybe I'll try to add
Yeah.
some clarity in that our policies are set up to recognize that water courses are dynamic and can change. And so based on the current definitions that we apply, and I'm not a hydrologist either, but that their own hydrologist and then an independent hydrologist said, based on those definitions, it doesn't currently meet it. It's not a water course. The provision to remove this independently versus a wholesale city review, that's not unusual. That's a recognition that they are dynamic. It's pretty standard in LCPs to have this provision. The other thing I don't want to add more variables to your debate, but I was just getting a clarification. There is an approved fuel modification plan for the project, so that's not an issue.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah, so just want to get that out on the record.
So is there a benefit to Hallie's point of a comprehensive study versus a ad hoc approach?
Without putting my thumb on the scale for a debate between two council members, I will say that in theory, as we look at our definition of water course and consult with Coastal on doing the updated map, that could potentially change from what we currently apply. Because Coastal is notorious for changing definitions or interpretations. So I would imagine we are going to map water courses and some will be deleted and quite frankly, some will probably be added. It's hard to speculate whether the definition will change or not, but it could. And I think that would be the benefit of trying to do it holistically versus piecemeal.
In that scenario, if there were in fact, if in this comprehensive map, if the definition changed and they did find a water course on the site, wouldn't that solve all of our problems? Right? If the concern here is that there could be in a comprehensive way a water course that's not being identified in a piecemeal way, would that mean that there is a water course, even if we were to remove it tonight and Coastal were to
And
remove it?
Following that through that it would be remapped in a
So
future.
it could be remapped, right? So if the concern is that in a holistic way, there is a water course here that we don't have evidence in front of us to see, in that scenario, then we have a mapped water course on this property again, right?
Yeah,
So
I think I agree with you theoretically. I don't know if there's like a land use issue that if we remove it, I'm not aware of something that would prevent us from putting it back on based on a future study, but it's atypical. I would just say that.
You gonna say something, Madam Attorney?
I I would just, yeah, I'm not aware of anything that necessarily prevents it. I would say it probably is a complicating factor, though, to take it out and then add it back in.
Okay, and your comment, Councilmember Kemp?
Yeah, they did the studies. It's not a water course. We can't wait until every water courses are mapped throughout the city. We're never going to get there. We have so many other things to do. They've done their homework. They had the biological study. They had the hydrology study. So, I'm okay with it. And Planning Commission looked at it. I'm okay with it.
Okay, never say never. I'm hoping that we get it done one of these days.
Yeah, but like Hallie just said, she's been working on it 5 or 10 years. I remember this.
And the definition could change, then where are we going to be
Yeah, I know.
then? I mean, it's going to be.
Bob?
Well, yeah, it is an odd one. I think in the end, there's, to confirm with staff, there were the 2 studies that were peer reviewed. There's no evidence that's been submitted to the contrary. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So the record on the facts are all supportive of the conclusion. We have no reason to question the conclusion. I mean, I'm sensitive to Hallie's point, but I think on the record and given the open space condition that's going to be here and given the long and tortured history of this particular project, I'm not thrilled to do it, but I think I can support it.
Mayor want to speak? Want to speak, Mayor?
So does somebody want to make a motion?
I would move and do we need to show on the screen the updated resolution? So I would move that we adopt the resolution as amended and as, for the record, let's display it on the screen. Was that available on the, did we post that today?
I think it was just available on the dais this evening.
That's right.
It's
The
their
staff
copies.
presentation.
Yeah.
What I would do is adopt the resolution as amended and as shown right here on the screen related to as amended in section 2C I of the draft resolution on page 4, and then I would find that the proposed adoption of the proposed amendment of the general plan and local coastal program is exempt from further review under the CEQA under CEQA guidelines.
Yeah, and I'll second that, but just one question of the city attorney. I mean, my vote hinges on the validity of condition 16 and the fact that this is going to be open space. The fact of taking this language out of here does not weaken or undermine that condition in any way, shape, or form, right?
No, that condition is existing.
Then why does it have to come out?
I think there was a complaint by the applicant that it would muddy the record if and when the applicant decides to go back to the DRB to seek some sort of modification to the open space if needed, based on whatever dispute they're having with the neighbors. And so, given that it's not necessary for purposes of the legislative action, I don't see a reason for it to be in the resolution. It doesn't affect it one way or the other. The condition of approval that was imposed by the DRB exists, and there will not be a certificate of occupancy issued unless and until it is recorded or a modified easement is recorded, subject to approval of the design review board.
Yeah.
When was the last time we, do you know when the last time we granted or eliminated a water course?
I can't think of one. There have been some that in essence have been eliminated. They've been culverted, but they haven't gone through the legislative process. They're waiting for the city to do it. But there are some that in practice have been, no longer exist, other than on the map itself.
Thank you. Okay, so that's a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Go ahead, Hallie.
No.
I'll vote yes.
Can we take
Okay.
quick break?
Well, let me wrap this up. Passes 4-1. Okay, we'll take a break. Thank you. Okay, we'll wait 1 second.
Well, can we just have Jennifer, let's have Jennifer come speak and then.
I appreciate that. Thank you, council members. So I'm the last man standing here regarding the budget and
You're just
I
going to
had
say nice things about us.
very nice things. So going through it, there was so many, I think, low-hanging fruit that could be picked out of this budget that I just think are an irresponsible spend of our taxpayer dollars. I'm just going to say one here. There's a $30,000 budget item for funding for cross-cultural task force. What does that really have to do with serving the residents of Laguna Beach? And there's hundreds of these, well, maybe not hundreds, dozens of these little things in here that add up to tens of thousands, probably millions of dollars. The other thing I wanted to just say is, you guys, you got to start living within your means. City of Irvine, known for its fiscal sustainability, is now also facing a budget deficit. County Orange is probably going to go bankrupt, okay? Or possibly.
The
right?
county?
Huge budget deficit, so they're going to raise taxes as well, right? So everybody is in the same program. And you know what it turns out to be? Hugely incremental increase in staff and hugely incremental increase in salaries. That's what's driving our deficit right here, is the fact that you guys keep hiring staff exponentially, okay? And you keep expecting us to pay, and the reason you're going to ask us to increase our tax base, or sales tax, TOT, whatever it is you're going to do, is because you don't live within your means. Quit hiring staff. City attorney's not here. Okay, I just realized going through the budget that she's the second highest paid member of our city. A little over 325, 308, I believe, over here. Is that necessary? And then we have an assistant city attorney. Are we getting our bang for our buck here? And then plus the pensions and plus the benefits. And then I went through the whole, what it is that our employees receive here. And I'm like, damn, that's a damn good program. They get perk here, they get a perk here, they get a city contribution here, a city contribution here. It used to be you went to government for public service. Now it's become a cash cow. It is far out of commensurate with most private sector jobs, except for maybe the high tech. But you guys, you got to quit spending money. You got to quit setting it on things like the new Emergency Operations Center at the new St. Catharines for $1 million. I mean, do we need that? We've never had it, but now we need it all of a sudden to the tune of $1 million. I mean, the program they had the other night was good. I enjoyed that. It was a good, emergency evacuation. It was a good program. But you keep adding things and adding things that we never had before. Why? If we didn't need them before, why do we need them now? So I'm just asking you, please, and I know I'm talking to, preaching to the choir, or not the choir, as a matter of fact, but you got to please live within your means. Do not ask for a raise for city taxes. Do not ask for a raise in the TOT. Do not ask for a raise in our sales tax. School board's going to ask for an extension of their $80 million bond. That's going to continue to be on our property taxes. Enough. State of California is going to implement a wealth tax. And possibly, right now, in the legislature, right now, they're looking at taxing every sale of real property in California, above and beyond the capital gains tax. We've had enough. So please just stop. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
See you later.
Hello. My name is Adam Redding Kaufman. I want to clarify I'm speaking as an individual here tonight. Man, the interesting thing about city budgets is that normally when I ask a question, I know when it's a smart question or a dumb question, but when I ask questions about the city budget, I feel like I don't know if it was even a good question or a bad question. It's kind of like explaining to a 5-year-old, why is the tree green? Because the tree has leaves. And that's the answer I get. And then I have to work my way to a solution. So the first thing that I did when I was reviewing the city budget was I searched for the word law, legal, litigation fees, and I couldn't find anything. There's no section of the budget dedicated to legal cost and fees. So I then assumed that means that the expenses the city spends on legal fees must be built into the budget. But when we look at the city's history with litigation and how they handle litigation, when you're on the defense, you kind of have two key strategies. Of course, there's many different ways to play the game, but you either run to settlement as quick as you can, or you fight to the death. And the city seems to always fight to the death, which I get it. You don't want people fake slipping and falling and trying to sue the city for millions of dollars. But when you fight to the death relentlessly, you're using a lot of legal funds up, and you end up settling cases that are stuff like turning a house into a duplex for $2.5 million. And then the housing committee might be sitting there with a cool new idea, and they go, hey, how about this? And the city responds, how are we going to pay for it? It kind of, speaking as an individual here, it kind of feels like getting spat in the face when you're proposing ideas to the city saying we can't afford it, cutting social safety nets, cutting different programs to help our residents. And then we see that these cases are getting settled for millions of dollars, fighting to the death. I also want to question what happened with Be-Well? So Be-Well, the contract expired, and we don't know like where that money went. I saw that there's an increase to police services. I think that we should see a decrease because we lost money from that contract ending early. And to wrap this one up.
You can have one more minute.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just think that there's this Green New Deal opportunity for you guys, building housing for public works employees, building housing for employees of our school district, or even not even building it, but planning for it, facilitating for it. These are populist policies that everyone in the town would be on board with. And the amount of money that seems to go, I don't know, get swept under the rug, like there's just stuff that's unclear here. To wrap this all together, the Be-Well contract terminated. I can't see where that is in the city budget. We're seeing an increase in the amount of funds allocated to the police department, which has two private sources of funding, which they use to buy horses and a secret gym. And not saying defund the police, but if there's anywhere where you could reorganize funds, I mean, I think that's the first place to look. And to end it all on a positive note, I just think that there's huge opportunities for you guys with developing housing and making housing more accessible for city staff, people who work for the city and work for the district. And it's a slam dunk opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks
Are you
so
going to
much.
stay around for the?
I'll be watching it from my car on YouTube.
All right, well, make sure you watch it because I'd like to address some of your points.
Oh, awesome. Will do. I'll stay then.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Should we just wrap up the public comments? Nick, were you going to say? You sure? You're breaking a pattern. Okay. So we'll go to the presentation.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Michelle Bannigan, Director of Administrative Services. City Manager Dave Kipp and I will be providing tonight's presentation on our fiscal year 2025-2026 mid-year budget update. I do want to make comment on a couple of corrections that were made to the agenda that was published last week. Attachment number 1 that in the published packet was a duplicate of attachment number 6. Attachment number 1 should have been a detailed listing of all of the proposed budget adjustments, and those were emailed to the city council earlier this afternoon. In addition, thank you, Councilmember Whalen. On page 1 of my staff report, there might have been a little bit of a copy from last year's mid-year budget report where it mentioned that the fiscal year and the 2024 general fund available balance was $959,773. Actually, per attachment 6, which I believe is on page 10 of the staff report, the general fund's available fund balance at June 30th, 2025, which is our audited numbers as of March 31st, was actually $863,838, excuse me. And I want to point out that that number was higher than the number that was in the available fund balance when the fiscal year 2026 budget was adopted. Actually, it was lower. The fiscal year 2026 budget was adopted expecting that the fund balance would be about $1.4 million, and it ended up being $838,000. So with those corrections, I will get into the presentation. Now I've done. We are going to do a review of the proposed adjustments, which are outlaid in attachment 1, the revised attachment. In addition, each year at this time, we usually have the city council update approved resolution to the city's salary schedule for this fiscal year. And the adjustments to the salary schedule include impacts to the salary schedule based on labor contracts that were approved after the budget was adopted, and including some reclassifications of positions to the salary schedule. And so those items are itemized on attachment or on pages 7 and 8 of the staff report. So for example, last winter, the city council approved the Laguna Beach Police Employees Association contract that expires this September. And so the salary schedule is formally updated to include those changes. In addition, there is a resolution in attachment 9 to the staff report to update the compensation and benefits for unrepresented executive and management employees. There is no change to the actual compensation to any employees. It's just clarifying benefits and language in the benefits resolution for CalPERS. Now we'll jump into the numbers. This chart might look familiar to you. We saw that this in January when we were looking at the strategic planning session. And this shows our 10-year history of general fund revenues. And I want to point out that the fiscal year 24-25 actual revenues of $101.8 million, it does reflect $4.4 million in unrealized gain on the city's investment portfolio. So just for the members of the public, that is not real cash on hand. That is an accounting entry we do at the end of the year to record the city's investments at the fair market value. So that's not real quote unquote dollars that the city council can appropriate.
The state of the investments as the snapshot was taken.
A snapshot, yeah, of the fair market value. We don't budget for that number, and we don't expect the city council to appropriate that number. So that is the actuals for 24-25, and with our mid-year budget adjustments, our 25-26 revised general fund revenue is $100.1 million. Just in comparison, we adopted the budget at $97.9 million with our carryover items that were approved by City Council in November. There was some unspent grant revenue that was also carried over. So our total adjustments that we'll go over in a bit to the general fund are an increase of $870,742. And we'll highlight what's making up the increases to our revenue projections. Similarly, this chart was also shown last in January at our strategic planning session. This shows our expenditures over time. We can see some divots here. This is our COVID year in 2020 and 2021. And we can see as we were coming back from COVID, as we started operations again. And again, we ended our fiscal year 24-25 audited numbers reflect actual general fund expenditures of $102 million. And with our budget adjustments tonight, we have a revised budget of $104.5 million. I want to comment that 5.1 million are budget carryovers. Sometimes what happens is the city council will appropriate money and projects aren't complete by the end of the fiscal year. So usually in the fall, staff will come back to city council with a list of items that we are requesting be carried over, in other words, added to next year's budget because they were budgeted in the previous fiscal year. So out of this $104.8 million that's in our fiscal year 2026 revised budget, 5.1 million of that was related to expenditures that were appropriated in prior fiscal years. Just in comparison, this is a common thing that has been happening at the city. The year before, that number was $11 million. So city manager and I cut those carryovers by half, and we're going to make strides to reduce or eliminate carryovers and have folks spend their operating budget in the fiscal year or just request it again as a new appropriation going forward to get that number smaller.
So could I ask a question, Michelle, just to understand apples to apples here?
Yes.
So if you back out the 5.1 of carryover funding, we have current year revenues of 99.6 million, roughly. I'm sorry, current year expenditures of 99.6 million. Right on your table on page 4. And then we have revenues, general fund revenues of 100.1 million.
You have this on a slide, Michelle.
Thank you. I was going to figure out.
Oh.
Here's this.
Okay.
So that's what you're looking at,
Yeah.
So just to show, we'll skip ahead really quick here and then we'll circle back, is that the general fund's fiscal year 25-26 budget is balanced because when you take out the carryovers, like Councilmember Whalen was trying to say, the true expenditures that are being funded by this year's revenues is $99.6 million. So the delta there is an overage of revenues over expenditures of $471,057.
So that's great, and that's very helpful. I mean, the one, going back to a point you made earlier, does that 100.1 include some of the unrealized gains or losses? I mean, is there an unrealized gain?
In this budget number, it does not, because we do not budget unrealized gains.
So this is true cash to cash.
This is true cash to cash. So this number includes an estimate of approximately $3 million of general fund allocated investment income we expect to receive. And the general fund received about $3 million, a little more than $3 million of portfolio income last fiscal year.
So, I mean, and I understand people's concern about, us spending money, being careful
Absolutely.
about money we spend. But I mean, this conversation about deficit, and the city's got a big deficit, just isn't true in the current fiscal year. We don't have a deficit.
Correct. It is balanced.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to get back. I go backwards a little bit. Okay. So our proposed adjustments to expenditures is an increase in expenditures of $170,635. We'll explain some of the significant ones shortly. I will say some of the revenue increases cause an expenditure increase on the other side. For example, the city contracts for business license administration services with HDL. They collect and process the city's applications and the renewals. The more applications and renewals they process means the more revenue the city receives, but it also means the more we have to pay them because they are paid on a per application amount. And similarly, the police department contracts with a third-party vendor for processing their false alarm permit fees. So we have a revenue increase for false alarm license fees in here, and there is a offsetting expenditure increase for that additional revenue. So Some of those expenditure increases are offset by revenue increases. We're not going to go over every single proposed adjustment in attachment 1, but I wanted to highlight a couple of the significant ones. And I think I need to like move myself. There we go. So you guys can see. I wanted to highlight for sure our top 3 revenue strings, which are the property tax revenue, sales tax revenue, and adjustments to transient occupancy tax and short-term lodging. We kind of put those together in one adjustment. So the first is I'm going to start the bad news first because then it's offset by good news. So the second line here is a reduction in our sales tax provided by our consultant, HDL Companies, reducing our sales tax projection by $145,665. This represents a 6% reduction from our fiscal year 2025 actuals. The city's sales tax revenue, particularly from restaurants, and from general consumer goods. Those are just like our brick and mortar stores for clothes, for food, for those kinds of things, are really trending significantly lower than in years past. So,
Michelle, is this 145
Yes.
estimate, is that based on perceived trends over time? Or
That
where does that come from?
that is based on HGL's economic analysis. They have access to all of the sales tax statewide for all the different industries and for the city of Laguna Beach specific industries that report their sales tax. And then some of that is economic driven, like where are they seeing things statewide or countywide going? So some of it's local economy driven and some of the projections are related to what's going on. For example, countywide, Orange County is about flat 1%. So we're
Orange
low.
County as a whole. is
Orange
flat.
County as a whole is flat, 1% positive. We'd like to be flat. The good news is our projection for fiscal year 26-27 is showing a 2% increase. So the good news is we're going to reflect a 6% decrease in this year's revenue based on HDL's best estimate based on their latest projection they gave to us. But they do see growth in next year. Some of the restaurants, particularly in the hotels, are showing improved activity in the last quarter. That all the sales tax revenue is a quarter behind. So the latest information they have is through December 31st, 2025. And so some of those hotels that were fully open or showing more activity, we have a 2% increase in sales tax when you see the proposed budget.
So
for
the sales tax lags by about 6 months, right? Or
3 months.
Okay, so a quarter.
Yeah.
So has HDL done our projections in the past?
Yes.
Yeah.
The city used to use Avenue, but I don't know when it been 2 or 3 years since you moved from Avenue to HDL.
There's two actually. There's two sales tax consultants, Avenue and HDL. We were with Avenue for a long time and switched to HDL about 2 years ago. But they both do the same thing.
And do you find that their projections are close to real, or do we come in close to our projections, or?
Can I say most of the time? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's been years when they've been off, but those are difficult years. Like maybe this year you
Yeah, like right now.
you have a lot going.
We don't know what's happening with, fuel prices may drive up sales tax on gas, but it could cut consumption overall. People may not be coming here for an evening on a restaurant. So
Yeah.
I think we're in a particularly turbulent time. And I know I say that a lot, but it seems like we're re-turbulent again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sleepy.
So
So the offset to the sales tax reduction is some positive news. So we have a property tax revenue increase on the line above of $139,015 that almost nets it out, the decrease completely. That reflects a 5% increase over our fiscal year 24-25 actual. That is very consistent with the over $1 billion of assessed valuation increase the city experienced with this year's tax roll. And it's consistent with our prior year trends. We've been consistently having 5% plus increases in our property tax revenue. The good news about doing our mid-year so late is we have our actuals are
Don't tell
based
this to Councilmember Whaley.
No, sorry.
Uh,
Is that we have actual revenues through March 2026. And when you look at the analyticals, property tax comes in pretty on target. It's not as volatile as sales tax. And so there are certain percentages of each sales tax category that we have collected by now. So we have collected about 68% consistently if you looked at every single year through March by now. So you can pretty much closely get what you're going to get. So so that's a good news number.
Let me pause you there. I want to make sure we are getting deep into this, which is great.
I'm
but
sorry.
I don't know if we want to move faster or you feel like you're absorbing this fine or want to absorb it 2 weeks from now or 4 weeks from now when you go through the budget. So
I just
Can
have one question for Gavin about the short-term lodging. So we created that whole new regulatory scheme where, now I think you have to put the license number, and I was anecdotally looking at some of the listings and I didn't see license numbers. So are we enforcing short-term lodging?
And Michelle can elaborate a little more if I don't get it on. We are starting to, so yes. So one of the things is looking at the Airbnbs and the VRBOs to making sure that they are compliant with that. If they're not, then we're going to reach out to those and make sure they do. They should be adding that number. They were all well informed, so they should be adding that extra short-term lodging permit number to it. If it's not happening, then we'll have to.
So have we enforced against anyone yet?
We haven't officially enforced anything, yes.
Is that code enforcement or who oversees that?
That is a good question. And actually, Matt Schneider and I and his team have a meeting this week to kind of collaborate a little bit and kind of figure out what finance does and what ComDev does. So
Are we still putting the new short-term lodging revenues into the housing, whatever?
yes, the new ones after July 2022, I think you told me. He told me and I told the senior accountant.
Yeah, how much money is in there? Any idea?
Yes, that's in our report.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
see. But it wasn't in our highlighted report. So it's in like a miscellaneous report. It's on attachment 4. I have the housing fund and we have a $49,000 increase to the short-term lodging revenue for that fund. So that would be increasing the fund, the revenue for this fiscal year from $65,000 in the budget. And they adopted budget to $114,000. So that's just based on the short-term lodging for the new permits issued after July 2022. But like Mr. City Manager said, did you want me to go over any more of these? You want me to talk about the TOT or just, do you have no more questions? Okay.
I think it'd be helpful to jump to the conclusions.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I can
Okay.
keep moving forward.
This is good, though.
No complaints.
Good reading material.
I love
When
that.
everyone goes home from the council meeting and can't sleep.
I love this, though.
Take this
Actually,
with
the
you.
way you're laying it out.
Imagine what I could do with a full staff. Okay. So a couple of last highlights.
You're back in the middle of the screen.
Oh, I
There you
did.
go.
Well, I was going to say, this is conclusions, right? So I was just going to say, before a couple of highlights we wanted to just let everyone know is that we did, when we closed fiscal year 24-25, the insurance and benefits, fund did have a deficit because we had so many claims paid out. And we were able to fund $1 million of that from a transfer from the parking fund in this proposed budget adjustments. In addition, our budget adjustments include a transfer from the capital improvement fund to the general fund to increase our contingency reserve up to the 20%. And if you recall, in December, you appropriated $115,905 from the disaster contingency reserve to fund the city's payment for the Rancho fire to Orange County Fire Authority. So in this staff report, we are replenishing the disaster contingency reserve for that appropriation that was done. And after a review of the capital project funding in the wastewater fund with our Public Works and Utilities Director, we were able to reduce wastewater CIP funding by $8.2 million. A lot of that was the capital project funding set aside for South Orange County Wastewater Authority. The number that we've been carrying over doesn't match up to the actual commitment we have with SACWA. And lastly, we do have a significant adjustment for parking citation revenue. We will achieve $1 million in parking citation revenue this year.
Did we do $1 million last year?
It was 900 and something, and we're going to make $1 million this year.
So a couple of things on this slide here. First, on the insurance reserve, I mean, I was congratulating us about, having a slightly positive cash budget this year, but it's a $6 million deficit in the insurance and benefits reserve, which must be on an accrual basis because we didn't have, or did we pay 6 million out? Where did the money come from if we paid it out?
We did pay between workers' comp and general liability nearly $5 million in settlements.
So the fund's now showing a deficit of 6 million. Where did the cash come from to pay out that money?
Wow.
I guess in theory, you could say it came from let me get back to you on that because I don't know if
If you could look into that,
balance
that'd
had
be
a
helpful.
negative cash in it. I'll look into that.
And then-
Because part of the deficit is like, there's long-term liabilities in there, and there's accrued compensated absences.
That's what I'm thinking.
there's-
I'm thinking it's. much
Exactly. So
on a
part of that
accrual
6 million, it's
basis.
not like they had 6 million negative cash.
That's what I need to understand. I think
Okay.
it's got to be an accrual basis.
Yeah.
Because we didn't.
The audit
because
committee
we
will,
can't do
it is on the
fund-to-fund
accrual basis.
transfers.
And the audit committee will see the audit, we'll see the ACFR next week. But yeah, we will get back to you on that.
And then two other, and I made this comment to Dave this morning. So the $1 million transfer to the insurance reserve and the 115,000 to disaster contingency are coming out of the parking fund. And Sue will remember this. And the mantra has always been the parking fund is for parking in transit. It's not for general fund cures, insurance fund shortfalls, any of that sort of stuff. There historically had always been and it was the same number for years, a $525,000 transfer from parking to the general fund. And council used to say, why do we do that? It's parking, you don't need that subsidy of the general fund from the parking because that should be parking in transit because there's a logical interface there, right, between people parking their cars, using your transit system, using your parking. So, I mean, I understand why we're doing this and I'm fine with it. And I think it's good to, but I think we ought to, Dave actually suggested this morning, I think we ought to keep track of this. It's not that we owe the money back, but we ought to keep track of it and look to reimburse the parking fund at some point where we have more available revenues.
Yeah, because we could make money, off the parking fund. We could create more parking and make more money. I mean,
Well,
that
and-
always
and-
drove me
Yeah,
nuts.
we're going to have capital costs associated with South Laguna and other things. So there's lots of things in the parking management plan we could spend parking fund money on. So I would just like to make that observation and suggest that we
Keep a
kind of
tally
keep
of
track of it and not look to the parking fund as a solution, as an easy solution. So.
Okay, so I'm going to take the next couple of slides. So what does this mean? Michelle pointed out flat or declining sales tax and TOT. We're all aware the Pacific Edge is about to go dark for about 2 years as soon as this September. So actually in July, they'll, if they get approved by the Coastal Commission on Friday, they will take out about 40 rooms in July and then all the rooms in September and then reopen in summer of 2028, which is a long time. That's about 6 to 8% of our TOT citywide. Then the Woods Cove and La Ensenada Inns have both been out for 6 months or more. Hotel Laguna, we still don't have any positive news there. And then, as we've talked about, there's expenditures rising in a volatile national economy. Next slide, please. We do have some tailwinds too. We've tried to hold a number of positions vacant. We will present to you, Michelle and I, further reductions in 2026, 27, some further revenue opportunities too. And I'm not just talking about something that would go before the ballot. We are trying very hard to enact paid parking in South Laguna before the summertime. Our commercial vacancy numbers are better, although that's volatile too. Promenade should be open this summer. And then one of the hotels that are offline, the Woods Cove one, should be back online right now, actually. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight news in Orange County. We're not alone in this. I don't take any pride in that, but are primarily because of our sales tax flattening and a little bit of a slowdown in the TOT, we're not unlike other places that are struggling. So this is just from a couple of weeks within the Voice of OC and Orange County Register. Next slide, please. So in summary, we'll continue to have a healthy discussion with the community and with you folks about our expenditures. Folks at home should expect some recommendations for service reductions. As Mr. Whalen was talking about, our transit costs are eating up more and more of our parking fee and parking revenue, and that's what funded that. Transit is funded by parking. So we're going to look at maybe right-sizing some of our transit systems and making sure there is more parking revenue, hopefully for parking projects. Expect a conversation about a revenue measure, a charter measure too. Again, I think that gives us more flexibility in a variety of ways. It also makes sure that we're making our long-term investments that are otherwise shorted if we have to scoot more money from capital into operations. I don't want to do that. The city's been very thoughtful about its capital plans. I'd like to continue that. Our goal is to present to you a balanced budget with no use of reserves in 26, 27. I think that's my last slide. Oh, here's your recommended actions.
Yeah, we have we have 7 recommended actions.
Go over all of them.
Nope.
Just show them to you. Any questions for us?
Can we answer some of the,
Oh, sure.
so we had Be Well, just quickly, the housing, talking about some aspirations in Laguna, some things, exciting things we can do. But, when it comes to, it doesn't mean that city needs to write checks for things, but I think that you might have been following some of our efforts, zoning and working with our housing element. And I think that we do have some positive potential opportunities in the not too distant future for some housing. And I would like to talk to Megan just briefly. I don't know if you feel comfortable right now about the legal expenses.
Mr. Mayor, yeah. So very briefly, in terms of litigation costs.
Well, there's a couple of things that were brought up, and I think there's just a misunderstanding with, I think he said taking it to the mat, right? Like we fight everything, and I don't quite see it that way. I think that there's quite a bit that we.
Yeah, so I think actually Dave and I have been talking about, there's I think just some confusion about how our litigation works and how much litigation we have. And so Dave and I have been planning to, put together a report that we could send out to help clarify that to some degree. But just to briefly help kind of contextualize what our litigation is, we have 2 camps of litigation. We have what we call claims litigation, which is all, we have those claims rejections on our agenda all the time. And those are tort claims, or those are the government claims, or the Government Claims Act has a process for certain kinds of litigation, and our insurance covers those claims when they turn into lawsuits. And so we have a self-insured retention on that. We are currently experiencing, one of the goals when we came in-house was to heavily focus on that litigation. Just that litigation, we use Insurance Defense Counsel for those cases. And a lot of those cases go through a settlement process that we have focused heavily on that in the last year, and we're seeing a really significant reduction over that. The year's not over yet, but compared to the last several years, it looks like it will be like $1 million to $2 million in savings on that. The same for the attorney's fees on those cases. We're at about, I think we will land at like 50%, if not less, on what we've been spending in prior years on those cases. So assuming that there's not some major change in the next quarter, we are experiencing significant reductions on those. We're also just experiencing significant reduction in the number of claims and the claims being litigated. And part of that is because we're in-house and we're able to focus on it more clearly, we are able to dispense with those cases more efficiently, either through like, early engagement and settlement when it's appropriate, or with our defense counsel being able to more closely work with them for critical issues for demurs or motions for summary judgment or whatever. So overall, that program is improving quite a bit. We also have non-claims litigation. Those are the kinds of cases that aren't covered by our insurance. And those are what we see a lot of in terms of challenge, when a project is challenged, when we get a lawsuit not challenging some project approval or whatever. I think, we had one notable case last year that was a Housing Accountability Act case. And, the city in that case, it was a novel legal issue that the city litigated, and the city had a very, had a very fair argument that it made. It didn't go the city's way. And to mitigate damages further, because there was an inverse condemnation attached to it, the city decided to settle. But as a result of that case, we also very closely, we learned a lesson. We look very closely at housing projects going forward. So I think, we have a different strategic approach to housing cases. Other than that, we hear a lot about the Temple Hills lawsuit because the plaintiffs in that case have asserted such a huge dollar amount. And I just think it's important to remind people that people can kind of allege whatever they want as damages to some degree in a lawsuit. And so the dollar, the city's position is, they say 150 million and the city says 0, right? So which one do you pick when you talk about it? So I think that that number seems very vague. It obviously grabs a lot of attention as a result, but I would just say that is not, the city doesn't agree by any means with that number. So overall, the litigation significantly improved. And then on the legal budget, just generally, we're obviously 75% of the way through the year, so we don't have final numbers. When we went in-house, the anticipation was that we were hoping to save $300,000 to $400,000 on legal fees. I do expect that it will be at least $500,000, and I think it will be more than that if the trend of how our litigation is going continues through the end of the year.
Thank you. And then Dave, the Be Well, we had a grant.
Sure, that was a grant that funded that, and Be Well themselves came to us and said, we've run out of money. We at the city didn't have any further to offer. They also said that they're changing their model, and their model was not to the Be Well van or the Be Well office in Laguna Beach, but instead to basically it's a phone-in place and an on-call thing. So we were sad to see that happen. I think Be Well was sad to see that happen. Jennifer's not here anymore, but she was talking about the expenditure for the cross-cultural task force. That's the Day Labor Center. We support that, I think, philosophically and practically, and as an important place for that aspect of our community to secure jobs in a safe way. So that's what that goes to.
And then as far as our staffing and the number of employees we have, you and I have talked many, many times about, this is a labor-intensive community as far as the services that we offer. And you did mention a bit ago that some of those services might be declining a bit as we tighten our belt. And we can get into that later, but do you have anything to say?
Yes, remember some of the jobs of the ambulance program. That was a big increase in staffing but I think it's better service and it does pay for itself. The other thing was when we took over South Laguna Beaches, we took on more maintenance and more lifeguarding, and I think that was a thoughtful way of making sure that we were providing better service to another part of our community that didn't have the service. It had a service through another provider. Community development is an area where we're working we had a huge backlog, right? And so we increased limited term staff and we're letting we're through the backlog and we're letting those limited term staff go. Some of them have moved on to other things. Some of them have moved into permanent positions vacated by other people leaving, but you'll see a reduction in our community development staff when we present that to you. So we're trying to be thoughtful about who we hire, how we hire, and how many positions we hire, and to see where we can remove those when appropriate.
And last week, during the Friday, when we had the invited neighbors to come into council to talk, it was the faith-based group showed up and they had some concerns about some of our social services. And I thought it was a good discussion. And I was pleased to hear their willingness to explore solutions on their own, including, funding mechanisms and things of that nature too, because the city government can only do so much when it comes to some of this stuff. But what I think the city is good at is leading the way. We've done a lot of amazing things in this city as far as, our social responsibility. So, I think that there's a role that the city can play without necessarily being expected to finance everything. So keep your hopes up. Anything else?
Not for me.
Okay, any other questions from council? Any other comments? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I should have mentioned on the claim, when we're talking about the claims, that Public Works has obviously done a good job also of addressing our sidewalk issue. So I don't want to forget them and all of their efforts.
No. I appreciate you bringing
You get
that up.
text from Mark. No, it's fair. It's totally fair. I mean, I see them out there working, the contractors working, and I give them a thumbs up because they are addressed. I see fewer and fewer trips and falls opportunities too.
I'm very proud. Yes. Okay, so do we need, what is this, just a receive and file? Or
No, approve the recommended actions, please.
Okay,
Move the recommend actions.
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 As we leave that item, I want to thank Michelle. This is Michelle's first opportunity to do this with us, and then all of her team. And her team's been pulling together, and I've really appreciated how well they've pulled together because, we had people leaving left and right before that. So I'm glad that we're all here.
Good job, Michelle.
Yes, and
Thank you.
Lena and Dante are watching from home. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
So we need to revisit item number 18, is that correct?
Title 18.
Title 18.
There was and Ms. Abzug will bring it up, but when we were, when you split the motion in two, we're not going to revisit the first part of that motion. We're only revisiting the second part. There's a clarification on the zone 5, which is the swimming. And I think the original language that Jane had was actually the right language. So she changed it when she made all those modifications. She read it in the record. There was a change there. I think there was some confusion. So we're just going back to make sure to be very clear that zone 5 during the summer is for surfing.
So I can add a little bit more clarification. After the agenda item, while everything was fresh in my mind, I figured I would use the time to just insert the red lines into the ordinance so that this could be completed for the first reading for the later adoption. And I just want to share my screen to go specifically over the swimming and surfing areas because I was trying to address something in my modification earlier, but I think that I understand what members of the public and the Marine Safety Chief were describing as their issue. And so ultimately, I think I'm proposing that the City Council reintroduce it as this red line. The public will still have the opportunity to review it before anything is adopted. So I don't feel concerned that we're, pulling, the wool over anyone's eyes. And I welcome any feedback if this is not accurate. But because the summer is coming up, I did want to take the opportunity, since we're still here, to potentially just reintroduce it so that it could be adopted at the next meeting. So I'm going to share my screen. The first time. Okay. Okay, so this is the swimming and surfing area. So it starts off by saying that all waters within 200 yards of the shoreline are designated as swimming and surfing areas, except that June 15th and September 15th There are designated surfing areas to the exclusion of swimming. Unless otherwise they're unauthorized because of the Area 5 section that I will get to. So you'll see that it goes on in number 1 to say the following described areas of the Pacific Ocean are hereby designated as surfing areas. So in these areas, we're only doing surfing. Area 1, you'll see it's like a specific area that's like mapped. Area 5 is a little different because actually what the members of the public and Marine Safety Chief staff were trying to say is that everywhere in Area 5, it's a mixed use zone. So surfing and swimming is allowed in area number 5. So I didn't want to create a situation where it was only surfing to the exclusion of swimming in Area 5. So that's why I think that that underlined provision of and swimming is necessary. So everywhere in South Laguna, surfing and swimming is allowed during this time frame in the summer, except in Aliso Beach specifically, there is a zone where only surfing is allowed. And so that is consistent with Marine Safety Chief's position. I did give him a call to confirm. And then there's, the reason it matters is because there are these other provisions that says, highlighted here, no person shall essentially swim in any surfing area described in paragraph A1 above at any times when surfing is permitted in such area unless otherwise authorized therein, because there is some area that is designated as a surfing area at Aliso Beach where surfing and swimming is allowed. So then number 3, it says no person shall engage in any activity of surfing from June 15th to September 15th outside of the designated surfing areas. So I think that is what the members of the public were concerned about, was that, you know, when you designate an area as a surfing area, you can't in that zone surf outside that area. So that's why we also need to say that surfing and swimming is allowed in zone 5. But then there's an area at Aliso Beach only where only surfing is allowed, and you can't otherwise surf outside of those areas. So those were those minor modifications. I'm just going to go to the top of the ordinance to just show the council.
And just to clarify, so this is so that this will be the first reading to clarify, and then there will be a second reading.
Correct.
So if we, okay.
And so this, you'll just see in this attachment A, and this is very brief, here's the definition of beach adjacent park that was in the staff report as the council directed. Here's the addition of the definition for non-beach adjacent park as the city council directed. No other changes in these sections. And then for shade coverings, tables, and volleyball nets and courts, we have the shade coverings for the beaches with the information read in about unless it's been approved by the city manager as directed in both locations. Then for parks, there's, you know, the differentiation between beach adjacent parks, non-beach adjacent parks, and then also the language of unless it's been approved by the city manager and has the required approvals. Same thing with tables as discussed. And then for volleyball nets and courts, there were no changes there. And so that's the portion that was stricken. Otherwise, there are no other changes except for the fire pit section. It was brought to my attention by a member of city staff that when the building code and fire code got updated recently, it didn't include a provision of the that had been updated relating to the fire pits, propane tanks. So that's going to be coming back as part of Title 15. But in doing that analysis, I also realized that some terms were left out, some defined terms were left out of Title 18. And so I added that back in here. And this is the exact version of the provisions that the City Council adopted in 2024 when, after it took over the beaches and the City Council was regulating the fire pits at Aliso Beach and analyzing the lease at Aliso at the Lost Pier. I think maybe you recall that it was a pretty big item. But anyways, so those have been reincorporated into this version of the ordinance. Otherwise, those are the extent of the changes. And so if the city council, and then, as you know, the serving ones, which we already discussed. And so if the city council is comfortable, it can make a motion to include the modifications that were presented this evening right now, and then reintroduce the ordinance, waive full reading and reintroduce the ordinance by title only.
So we actually need a motion for reconsideration for, what was your second vote? Because we're not changing anything relating to the shade covering here. So motion for reconsideration for,
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then we'll
Passes
need
unanimously.
now a vote for, what was that second vote before, to adopt the, to introduce the first reading of the ordinance as proposed by the Assistant City Attorney with the modifications reflected on the record.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll
Thanks,
move
Jane.
on to, thank you, Jane. Council member items.
I have an item with Sue. For a while, we've talked about having an AI policy because, you know, we have staff right now that are using AI through like a personal or free account or whatever. And so I think that there's value in just having clear policies. There's a Gov AI coalition that was formed by San Jose. They now have 600 agencies. So I think what Sue and I can do is kind of connected to what we're doing with this ad hoc committee for efficiencies is, you know, look at the templates that they have, look at the benefits of joining and come back with like a high level, a potential policy and then a framework and just to start thinking about how the city can mitigate the risks of AI while also leveraging the unprecedented opportunities.
I'm supportive of that. I mean, I just mentioned, just as a point of reference, we adopted an AI policy, had an outside counsel work on it. Looked pretty good. So you might want to take a look at that.
Yeah.
SOCWA.
That's sad that SOCWA is adopting an AI policy before us of all institutions.
Well, the general manager is quite, she's actually an industry expert.
Oh,
on
really?
AI. Yeah,
Okay.
Amber Baylor, yeah.
That's good to hear.
Dave, don't get defensive. Okay, so do you have support for that? Everybody support it?
Yes.
Okay, you guys are off and running. I haven't adjourned the meeting yet. I have a few things I'd like to say. Meeting adjourned.
Again.
What?